These guys got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. to be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Hello, everyone. I am Matt Savage alongside Tony Dunst, the commentator of the World Poker Tour and a WPT champion. Tony, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Matt. It's good to be here with you in Jacksonville, Florida, where we were going to watch the final table of our Best Bet Jacksonville Championship event. Over $350,000 up top to the winner, plus a seat to the upcoming WPT World Championship. Six great players around this table, two big stacks.
Let's introduce the players. In seat number one, we have Michael Frierson from Jacksonville, Florida, a local, $3,460,000. In seat number two, we have Heng Zhang with $5,780,000. Starts the day as our chip leader from St. Augustine, Florida. We also have Frederick Normand in seat number three with $5 million in chips. Brian Senni from New Orleans, Louisiana, $995,000. Ian O'Hara from Miami, Florida, with $1,055,000, and in seat six is Toby Boas from Sylvia, North Carolina, $1,960,000.
As you can see, we are playing $25,000, $50,000 with a $50K big blind ante.
There's just a few minutes left in this level, so we'll see how it goes early on.
Heng stabbing at the pot out of the small blind on this board that should mostly favor the small blind, but Frederick with the two pair, of course, makes the call. And it wouldn't shock me if he chose to bet this hand on the turn. It does need a little bit of protection. The king is not an ideal card for him, but his hand can be counterfeited here, and of course Heng going to be limping in from the small blind with a ton of hands. So a small bet of around quarter pot here by Frederick on the turn. And surprisingly, Heng check raises. Inventive play here, looking to represent the ace, and it works out for him. So some aggressive play early from our chip leader, who not long ago won a $1,700 buy-in event here in Jacksonville for $74,000. That was back in August, I believe, a few months ago.
When you like playing at a place like Best Bet, you run hot. We've seen players over the years, even on the World Poker Tour, have incredible runs here and back-to-back final tables. I believe one time for my good friend Tyler Patterson, made a back-to-back final tables, and then came in like 12th the following year. So sometimes when you feel comfortable in a place, you seem to do better, and Heng has definitely done that with that recent win here.
Well, Ian, one of the short stacks going into this final table, open folds ace-5 suited. I'm a little surprised that he let that one go, even first to act. Over to Heng on the button with the 10-9 of clubs.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. 10 seconds. Raise to 100.
The chips here are, the gray chips are 5,000. The yellow and black chips are 25,000, and then the white chips are 100,000. So three denominations in play here.
Rainbow code is on. Build the power. Yeah. And then.
Let's look at Toby Boas in the colorful hoodie. Tournament regular. He's had some success in the last few years. Made a final table at the World Series last summer where he finished second for about $350,000. A little bit less than that, so he could one up his best tournament score today should he be our eventual winner. Frederick on the button with the King 10. Raises up to the minimum and quickly takes the blinds. We have 2 short stacks in Brian Senni and Ian O'Hara. Right now, neither of them desperate by any means, coming in with about 20 big blinds each. As you said, Matt, there wasn't too much time left in this level, so once we go up to 30 and 60,000, they will have a bit less playability. But I imagine we'll see some of the players at the table, particularly the medium stacks, playing a little bit tight until we see what happens with our short stacks. Michael Frierson in seat 1, however, the guy who satellited his way in through multiple rounds of satellites into this event for $120. We played together on day 1. He was very excited, talking about how really the only numbers he was worried about were the min cash and first prize. Well, he's locked up way more than that min cash. Now very much playing for first prize, but his 120 is going to be worth at least $70,400.
A man after my own heart. I love the satellite winners. You always want them to see them go deep and win one of these events. So very exciting for him, I'm sure. And always nice to be in for the cheap. Yeah?
Pretty much the minimum. Hard to get into a 5K for less than $120.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They do a very, very good satellite program here, and I think they had over 100 satellite winners, and it's been amazing. They've actually done another 9 satellite winners for our World Championship here, so Best Bet, a great partner of the World Poker Tour, no doubt.
Yeah, the field was great. I played day 1B, couple of bullets, got absolutely schooled.
Oh.
You know, I think we started with 50,000 in chips, and I never got above 60. So it wasn't my tournament. But Andrew Nemi of the WPT did cash.
Absolutely.
He burst the bubble for us. Hang with the Queen Jack. Raise his first act. I think we'll see Hang and Frederick kind of alternate playing table captain at this stage. Our 2 big stacks, our neighbors. Brian here, the king-queen suited. It's sort of a close decision between calling 3-betting. I think if I were in his shoes, and I'm not entirely sure about this, I think I would prefer the rejam over the call at these positions. It seems pretty close either way. And certainly just flatting the king-queen suited is often a viable play, especially as we get a little bit deeper. But at 20 blinds, I think at these positions, it plays pretty well as a rejam pre. Brian goes with the call, and he gets an 8-7-5 flop. And after a check from Heng, we'll see if Brian wants to bet this hand, which I like the bet in position here. You know, this is a hand where should he face some resistance from Heng, it's a very easy give up going forward unless he turns a king or a queen, or perhaps a 4 straight appears on the board, which he elects to bluff. But in the event your check raise off your hand on the flop, not much loss there when you don't even have the backdoor flush draw. So that will take it down for Brian.
Would you call that a sweater on Toby? What would you call that?
A hoodie.
That's a hoodie.
Yeah, sure. Sweater, hoodie, not terribly important either way.
That was created by Angel Vu. She's in our audience today. That's his wife. She's very proud of that. So is he. He loves it. So this is very comfortable and helps him play better, knowing that he can wear his own style created by his wife. So shout out to Angel Vu out in the audience there.
Yeah, it's very distinctive.
It is very distinctive, and it looks quite comfortable, to be honest.
Michael with the pair of 5s raises it up in the small blind. Now, we talked about how Michael is here to play to win, and I think that raise informs you a little about his approach. Oftentimes, a player who's 3rd in chips up against the chip leaders, blind versus blind, will adapt the strategy of limping near everything, sometimes absolutely everything. But there, raising up the 5s, we can tell that Michael is here to accumulate. Try and take this one down. Which you love to see, you know, a lot of final tables when you have savvy veteran players at them. Lean cautious, of course, as you're generally supposed to do when you're under the pressure of ICM poker. So it's fun to have somebody like Michael who just says, no, I'm playing to win, as Toby no doubt is here with his aces.
Folding 2. Folding 3.
Going up to 130 as our blinds and antes have been raised to 30-60 now. Frederick in the big blind with a close decision. King 6 offsuit. He does cover Toby quite comfortably. He does let that one go. So one distinction you see in ICM poker, Matt, is that often the player with the bigger stack in the big blind calls somewhat loosely, facing raises from short and medium stack players. But if you reverse those roles and the player in the big blind is covered, particularly if they're not the shortest stack on the table, they have to play rather tight and not defend very wide at all. So Frederick, with kind of a borderline decision there, out of the big blind with the King 6, avoids running into Toby's aces by making that fold.
Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 2.
Folds, and Toby folds at ace-5. You mentioned ace-5 earlier. You like to play that at some stage of this tournament there, Tony?
You do. It's just that ace-5 suited is one of those hands that almost regardless of situation gets in there. Hang here, opening king-queen on the button.
And a call.
And Brian with the ace-deuce, another one of these hands that in many scenarios in tournament poker actually rejams facing button raises, like sometimes as deep as 30, 40 blinds deep. I don't think you'd want to do that at a final table. But if they're 20 blinds deep, it's worth considering.
You see Hang flops a king here.
Nice check from Hang on the flop. These low paired boards, very favorable for the big blind player. Of course, they're going to have the trips advantage. Perhaps a bit less so under ICM. You know, if we just saw a fold of king 6 offsuit in the big blind by one of our bigger stacks, are the shorter stacks really defending hands like king 5 offsuit or queen 5 offsuit? Hang checking once more on the turn, and Rivers tap 2 pairs. Still playing this pretty cautious. I am a little surprised he checked back the turn with the 2 flush draws and a variety of straight draws out there, but it may end up working out really nice for him, as Brian is going to try and bluff his way out of this pot with the ace-deuce, and Hang, no doubt, ready to snap him off. Maybe even raise here, but we'll see if he wants to put more money into the pot. It's hard to get called by much worse if you raise here, but your hand is so strong, it's a little bit of a tricky situation.
10 seconds.
Taking time and using a time bank.
Yeah, using a time extension to debate between calling and raising. And there's an argument for each, certainly. But if you really don't think your opponent will call you with worse, and your opponent is the one that can have the trips, albeit and unlikely to have been slow play trips, then maybe it's not worth raising. But Heng does believe that his hand is good enough to raise, that he would have faced some aggression from a 5 earlier, and therefore the king-queen worth the all-in up against Brian. So Heng wins the maximum there with his king-queen, playing it slow.
Nice job there. And as a reminder, we are using the 30-second action clock from Protection Poker, as we do on all of our main tour events and on the World Poker Tour Prime. So if you make a deep run, be prepared for the action clocks, because they are in play.
Or bluff.
Or yes.
Yeah, one move. Cool.
Fold. Definitely one yes.
I think we went through all the options. On that, hand.
Fold 3.
You have a jab? You'll have nothing in the cap play.
I try to look at my loans. Where's my loans?
Frederick with the Jack-8 offsuit on the button.
10 seconds.
Folded to him, and he's going to make a raise to 125.
Fold it in at 6. 120 to go.
Yeah, now with 8-4 of clubs in the big blind.
10 seconds.
That raise was to
Yeah.
120,000.
Exactly the kind of hand where earlier in a tournament you have a no-doubt call. At a final table, you have a reluctant fold,
Oh, it's going to be good.
as we see there from Ian, deliberating before sliding his cards to the muck.
Players have locked up 70,400. Again, first place is 351,650, which includes that $10,400 World Poker Tour Championship seat for Wynn Las Vegas, which is coming up quickly, Tony.
Yes, it is. Just around the corner.
Only $40 million guaranteed there.
Is that all?
Is
40
that all?
million?
Yeah, just $40 million. It's going to be quite an event. I'm looking very forward to it. We've already booked our hotel rooms, and I've been told that there's more than double the amount of rooms booked than there was last year.
Oh, my
And you know how big it was last year.
It was massive last year, and I think with all of the hype and positive word of mouth around the event, we'll have an even stronger turnout this year.
Absolutely. That WPT Prime event, for $1,100, a $5 million guarantee as well. And like I said earlier, thousands of qualifiers. Oh, we got an all-in here. We have an all-in here from Brian. He's moved all-in with King Jack for $730,000. And Frederick with King Queen has $610,000 to call. What are you doing here, Tony, if you are Frederick?
For just 12 big blinds, although I don't love the situation, I am probably making the call, especially since Frederick knows that Brian expects him to be raising quite wide and loose here. King Queen, actually a pretty solid hand. At 10 big blinds, I'm more or less snapping it. At 12, much like Frederick, I'm thinking it over, asking for a count, and if I had to guess, talking myself into the call. And I will make this call. He's going to like what he sees out of Brian, who is the first player all in and at risk at this final table. Ryan Senni out of New Orleans, all in and behind 3 outing. And he gets his jack, but the King Queen of Frederick has flopped a straight 9 on the turn. Only a queen will deliver a chop pot, but it's a 6. We are going to lose Brian Senni in 6th place. Nice run from the Cash Game Pro, who has some solid tournament results. But no title for him here today.
And he does take home $70,400. These players are now down to the final 5, $92,900 for the next player eliminated. So
I thoroughly enjoyed that flop.
early elimination here at the final table. And the players here are trying to ladder. They have breathed a sigh of relief as they will not be the first player eliminated. We are seeing the chat on YouTube from WPT. So if you have any questions out there, fire away. Yes, this is not actually live. NRG Fantasy Focus is a 30-minute delay. We do that so that the players have a delay on their stream, so people that are out there watching in the audience can't relay that information.
All right, Ian now waking up with the Ace-King suited behind the open of Frederick. In a good position here.
All in and out.
Going to move all in over the top.
It's $1.5 million, I think.
Michael lays down his queen 3, actions back to Frederick Normand. All right, Tony. So Frederick just called 600,000 with King Queen. Now with Ace 9.
Yeah, we're facing a 16 to 17 blind rejam with a hand that's more likely to be badly dominated when it calls. Also, the positions are a bit different, being cut off button as opposed to cut off, I believe it was small blind, or no, big blind, that Brian rejammed out of. So I think that's a good fold with the Ace 9 from Frederick there. He'd likely need to be a couple pips higher to really consider calling. I think even in his shoes, I would let Ace 10 go, though that would be closer, and Ace Jack would be the, all right, you got me, I call hand, and ace-queen, the slam dunk call. Always player dependent, of course. Me and somebody I expect to find, you know, the appropriate amount of light rejams. Toby now on the button with the ace-6.
$140.
140 raise, 140. Folding 2.
And a raise and take it for Toby Boas. Coming in middle of the pack today. Entered this final table a hair under 2 million.
Yeah, Toby's had some big scores himself. One score for over $350,000. So, you talked about a hand earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, with 10 or 11 players left, Toby was one of the shorter stacks and got all in with pocket 10s against pocket aces. And there was a 10 right on the flop, hiding behind the window card. That allowed him to chip up and survive into this final table. So often, when you get deep in these things, you really need luck to be on your side. And thus far in the event, it is on Toby's side, as he now looks down at the ace-7 of hearts on the cutoff.
Raise 125. $390, re-raise $390.
And Michael right behind, going up to 390. And this is what I mean about Michael coming to win, playing to win. I think a lot of players would treat this situation as a call, as they are a little over 30 blinds deep. It's tough to say that 7s cut off first button under ICM are like a 3-bet get it in type hand. But Michael wanting to play for more, wanting to build pots, making the 3-bet, and drives Toby out of there with the ace-7 of hearts. So look for Michael to continue playing with more aggression than we may be used to seeing from some of the more experienced players. Super nice guy, got to talk to him a lot on day one. We had a good time at my table, really just a friendly crowd of people in this event, and we did an interview with him last night leading up to the final table. This is very much sort of a dream come true experience for him, and of course a huge opportunity. He's locked up over 90,000 now off his 120.
Yeah, you can see that interview on X at WPT.
Wow, you've switched over to calling it X. I don't know if I'll ever adjust from Twitter.
Well, I just get tired of everybody on every podcast saying X, formerly known as Twitter.
Right.
So I just say X.
To me,
Let's
it's
go.
still just Twitter. I don't know. I can't. I just can't make the adjustment.
10 seconds.
These players are reloaded on this final table with an additional 6 time bank chips. It's
Some
actually reset.
silly rebranding, if you ask me. Once you
Yes.
have a very established product and everyone knows what it is and calls it by a name, I felt the same way when Stars rebranded the EPT, and they realized the error of their ways very quickly. They were like, all right, we're done with EPT, we're going to start a new tour. And then the outcry was so loud that they were like, actually, the EPT is back. It's like new Coke, old Coke. Oh, actually, it's back now.
Absolutely.
Oh, Michael with the kings.
120 raise.
He's made it 120.
Now hang with a hand on the cutoff here, King-7 of clubs, that if you were looking to disrupt your opponents and really put them under pressure, you could consider getting involved there, often with a 3-bet. I think that would be a hair adventurous, and Hang feels the same.
Does let it go. Action now to Toby Boas with a 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, one of those hands that's right on the cusp of playability under ICM. Again, if we're just playing for chips, this one's a no-doubter. Under ICM for the minimum, it's right on the fringe. So it does make the call though, so heads up between these two. And on Queen 6-3, nothing here that should get Toby into hot water.
makes it 80,000, and that'll win the pot.
That's gonna be good.
Don't let it kill you.
You do such a great job here in Jacksonville. That's it's always a beautiful room. One of the biggest, what we call a traditional card room in the United States. Fantastic job. TVs everywhere. Good sushi, right?
Good sushi. Just had some, actually.
Just had some, all right.
Yeah, sushi lunch to start my day.
That's it. First up in.
But lots of action always. Every time I've been here, they always have a lot of players in the poker room. Cash games going well. Their satellites do very, very well. So always nice to come back to Jacksonville. Got to enjoy some golf yesterday.
Tough conditions.
Little tough conditions, but an amazing golf course. Some of the best in the United States are right here in Jacksonville, close by.
Action folds around to Toby in the small blind with the queen jack.
Call 60. Oscar. Check. What's up?
Checks his option with the 7-5, and it comes 2-3-4. So the 5-7 with the open into straight for Michael. 2 clubs, and Toby does have the queen of clubs in his hand. So blind versus blind action.
60,000.
And Toby's going to make it 60,000. Now you're Michael with the open ender. What are you doing, Tony?
It's your choice, really, between call and raise. I have to say that I don't love this bet from Toby. This 2-3-4 board really favors the big blind checking after you limp in. It's just a low texture that favors the random cards that the big blind is much more likely to have than you are out of the small blind. I really don't think Toby should have many bets at all, and this hand in particular strikes me as an awkward hand to bet, as you don't get much better to fold, you don't get much worse to call, and with the queen of clubs in your hand, you really don't want to bet fold your hand, as we just saw Toby have to do. So in my opinion, a mild misstep there. Perhaps Toby feels that, you know, Michael is not going to fight back very much. He's the least experienced player at the table, but then the opposite may actually be true. We saw Michael run a couple of epic, he called them suicide bluffs yesterday leading up to the final table, and he hasn't been shy about the fact that he is here to play to win. So if anything, I think I would play a little more passive with Michael and let him get adventurous with putting the chips in, as opposed to trying to bet him out of hands with middling showdown value.
See Guy Caudill in the chat saying they have a fun room here with no trouble. Absolutely. Guy took some money off me yesterday on the golf course, so just so you know.
Those Matt Savage bucks on the golf course is as hard earned as money gets.
That's not true. I've been spewing it, Tony. I've been
Really?
spewing the money away. So last time there was a line from...
You're just getting into the Christmas spirit is all.
Exactly. It's a line from here to Vegas, people trying to come and get some of that money.
Sure, that's the most ambitious bluff run all week. It's not true, Tony. I'm just out there giving away money on the golf course.
I'm giving it away. Speaking of which, how's your tennis going?
It isn't lately. I developed tendonitis in my hand from the volume that I was practicing and playing, and have been going to physical therapy to rehab it. Now it's feeling pretty good, and in a few days I'm going to get back out there on the court, but I haven't played in about a month, unfortunately. But we'll pause that thought as Michael with the king-9 of diamonds opens the action on the button. Hang, our chip leader, right behind in the small blind, finds the aces. Be curious to see whether Michael gives up facing this 3-bet, or whether he wants to gamble a little bit. I mean, this hand, king-9 of diamonds, on the button, certainly for chips, is playable. Under ICM, it's rather close, and yeah, he sort of tables his hands and quickly mucks it there. So Michael saying, it's all yours.
Do you like him showing those cards?
I don't think it's going to be a great idea for him to show his cards. You know, knowing that he raised folded king nine of diamonds there really helps somebody like Hang narrow down the type of hands he'll be getting to the flop with later on, should the action repeat, but this time Michael calls. So not advisable to be showing cards there, but again, Michael is, you know, here for the first time. He's very excited. This is kind of an experience to him on top of an opportunity.
How about the fact that he folded so quickly? He showed and folded it very quickly. Not really even giving it any thought.
Yeah, that's also a little bit of an issue because it tells your opponent, like, hey, I had this good of a hand and I didn't even think about calling. So I might have even better hands that you could chase me out of. And we'll see whether Hang uses that information to try and 3-bet Michael a little bit light. I mean, he already has an incentive to do it, being on his left, being the chip leader, with Michael as a middling stack. So that's just more fuel for Hang there. Has Toby now with the queen 10 of spades.
Under the gun.
Yeah, under the gun, but really on the hijack when we're 5-handed. So this is a really nice hand for the position that he's in.
Raise 120.
Makes it 120. Michael folds the king 9. Hang with 8-3 is out. Now Frederick with ace 5 of clubs in the small blind.
Yeah, and Frederick, you know, likely find a way to get involved here, whether that's calling or 3-betting.
1.5.
And I think he's asking about how much Toby started with, because if they're a bit deeper, I think the hand is more tempting to 3-bet with the intention to fold. At this stack depth, it might actually be a little bit too good for that. You could consider shoving a very viable play when your opponent has, you know, mid 20-something big blinds and you have the ace 5 suited. Yeah, that's a nice play from Frederick there. Ian behind, also in the territory of 20 blinds. So these ace 5 and ace wheel suited hands play really well as jams pre-flop, particularly as one of the bigger stacks up against the middling stacks and forcing them to call off for their tournament life. It's great in that you both have a ton of fold equity, and in the event you are called, have roughly 30% against anything but aces.
So Tony approves of that. A good play by Frederick Normand.
Yeah, Frederick coming in second in chips today with 5 million. He's chipped up a little bit here, especially knocking out Brian. And with the ace 9 of diamonds.
130. Raise 130.
And he does make it 130. We're playing 60-minute levels here at this final table, Tony. We did start off fairly deep, 60 big blind average. A tournament that goes to 90-minute levels later in the tournament and kind of stretches it out, makes it a little bit deeper as we head into this final table.
Call.
Frederick making the call to ace 10 of hearts
Fold 7.
behind Hang.
Ian hasn't got involved much at this final table as of yet. He'll need to at some point soon. And Toby with king 5 of clubs. Do you like playing this hand 3-way?
I do like playing this hand 3-way. However, out of the big blind, facing a raise and a call at final tables, you play much tighter at final tables than you do earlier in the tournament, like dramatically tighter. However, king high suited hands almost always getting in there. And an interesting flop on king 4-3 all spades. Nobody holding a spade here. Toby, of course, making top pair and 3 to a straight, but not a board he can feel overly confident on.
Hang with ace 9 of diamonds did put that raise in pre-flop, and we'll continue here, making it 150,000. Lets it go. Action back to Toby now, who does have top pair.
Toby with one of those hands where you're like, well, I know I'm going to continue, but I don't like this.
I mean, what are you trying to flop here when you have king 5 of clubs? I mean,
You like this
obviously-
flop, just not monotone.
Okay.
Because not only are you potentially behind already, you could be drawing dead, or your opponent could have 12 outs twice. Or if your opponent barrels down, you have a really murky decision to make by the river.
Check.
3 of hearts on the turn. Toby does check this one.
Usually that's a card that shuts down action from the pre-flop raiser, but it's a bit less impactful at this stage of the tournament. The big blind shouldn't be overcalling many hands that contain a 3, and you shouldn't be calling on the flop with many hands that are just a naked 3. And so hang with one of those hands that really has no equity. Gonna turn it into a bluff here. I think this is pretty solid hand selection from Hang. You see a lot of the low suited aces on many board textures used as the triple barrel bluffs. The ace 9 pretty close to that territory, especially since ace 5 and ace deuce would have some incentive to check back here and try and realize the equity on their draw. Whereas the lower suited aces that have no draw here are pretty tempting to turn into bluffs. Toby in a similar situation to the flop where it's like, all right, I guess I'm calling, but I don't like it. So we go to the river, and it is the 7 of diamonds. Toby with just 12 big blinds behind.
What do you do for Toby if you're Toby if
Hang shoves.
yeah, goes big?
Oh boy. You really don't like it. I don't know that this is a run out that you can fold very much on.
In for a penny, in for a pound. That's what I remember hearing.
Well, on these runouts where your opponent's not likely to have improved.
He does check it, and Toby will like what he sees here. His top pair does win the pot. 815,000 being shipped over to Toby Bose in a big pot.
Yeah, very consequential. His stack.
If he goes all in on the river, I don't know what I'm going to do this.
And you just heard him say, if he goes all in on the river, I don't know what to do. And flicks his time bank chips into the middle. Not an easy decision
I'll decide on the turn.
at all.
Making 60 plus.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna be 30 when you get money.
That does even out our stacks a little bit. So Ian, the clear short stack.
Very happy with the property here. The dealers are great. The staff, wonderful.
16 to go.
Jesse Hollander and Deborah Giardina just run a great room here at bestbet Jacks. And happy to have them back as a partner on the World Poker Tour. I believe they do this streaming pretty often here in the cash games, and
7.
players seem to love it. All right, Toby now with King Queen. Offsuit this time.
Raise 190.
Toby makes it 190. Michael folds. And Toby will win this pot.
To go. Hold. Hold.
Action back with Toby, holding ace 10 on the button.
He's on a rush there, Tony.
He is. Let's see if he faces
Raise 140.
any resistance from the blinds.
Hold suit.
Not from Michael.
And with King 7.
Should be enough hand to get involved here.
See, Paul Petraglia is in the chat, a former champion here at bestbet. Hey, Paul, how are you doing? Always nice to see the former champs come back. I believe he was here earlier this week, but I didn't get a chance to see him.
10 seconds.
Does make the call with king 7. So we have hanging Toby in this pot. Flop is 10-9-8.
Interesting flop for these two hands. Toby, top pair, top kicker. Hang, open ender, overcard, backdoor flush draw to the king.
Hang with 11 outs here on the flop. It's showing on our graphics.
And hang with a pretty nice hand to check raise on this flop if he wants to take that route. And Toby wisely checks back. This is a board that should connect with the big blind pretty well. I mean,
There it is.
certainly an argument to be made for betting on the flop because your top pair, top kicker is quite vulnerable and there's not many turn cards that you're happy to see. But also, should you bet the flop and face the check raise when you're one of the middling stacks, it is an awful situation. So I like that check from Toby.
And hang now does make the straight on the turn with a 6.
I think Hang should size up pretty large here.
275.
Most of his betting volume is going to be strong hands or bluffs. It does go in the territory of 3/4 pot. And I don't think there's anything Toby can do about, my goodness, I really did not think he was just going to fold to 1 bet. Wow. That is impressive to just give up when your opponent has the straight so immediately. I mean, I thought for sure if he checked back and even on the worst turn cards like a 6, he was going to call 1 bet and it made 10. Really put him to the test on the river, but an immediate fold. Thank you. Come back with Ian. Yeah, again, a hand that I do think Ian should be opening there. You know, these suited Broadway, suited 9s, even on these like awkward stacks under ICM are still supposed to be open. And Ian at this stage doesn't have that much incentive to play really tight pre-flop since he's the clear short stack. And it's not like he can probably ladder by waiting his opponents out. Toby opening the Jack-10 offsuit into Frederick's big blind. Now, I think Frederick will mostly call, but his hand is attempting 3-bet. These low offsuit aces that play okay but not great post-flop can put a lot of pressure on the medium stacks by 3-betting and can make hands that dominate you fold as well. I don't think every time you look down at, you know, ace wheel offsuit, you should just be 3-betting with reckless abandon.
Does make the call. And the flop is king 10-8. King 10-8 on that flop. So Toby does flop middle pair here with his Jack 10. Check from Frederick. What size bet do you make here if you're Toby?
You don't necessarily have to bet with second pair. Another spot that's a pretty tempting check behind. Yeah, because most of the turns will give you straight outs to go along with your middle pair. For example, that ace gives him a gut shot to the queen. Of course, it gives Frederick top pair, but it's a card that I don't think Frederick will bet very much. It should really favor Toby's range. And Toby could certainly check behind some ace-high hands on this flop as well, so it's quite possible for Frederick that you have the second best hand here. And your range probably wants to pure check. And Toby again in a spot where I don't know that there's that much incentive for him to bet. We'll check behind once more. 5 on the river. And now I think we'll hear something out of Frederick. It's not a given, but at this stage his opponent really looks like he has some kind of weak-ish showdown value. And often when you have top pair out of the big blind and it's gone check-check on the flop and turn, you're supposed to bet the river, and generally for a larger sizing. Now, under ICM, sizings often come down. But, yeah, this is nice stuff out of Frederick. He basically bet full pot here. You know, really putting a lot of pressure on Toby with exactly this kind of hand. And I think this is nice sizing, because if you're Frederick, your bets are an ace or a bluff. Or, I mean, your value threshold is an ace or better, and bluffs.
Toby gets away with it. Wow.
Yeah. Some really disciplined folds out of Toby so far. Toby, not in there with Queen Deuce.
Michael 10-4. We'll let that go. Hangs 9-6 is out. Frederick now with 9-5. Gets a quick count from Ian. Again, we haven't seen much of Ian at this final table. Does that go into your thinking here if you're Frederick?
180.
Here with this 9-5.
A little bit.
He raises to 180,000.
Yeah, just the chip distribution here makes it so you get to put a lot of pressure on Ian. You don't get to go completely bananas because he has the shortest stack and he's not under as much ICM pressure as he was earlier when there was another short stack.
And Ian does make the call with the Jack-3 of hearts. You like that call, though?
Yeah, I can't imagine folding many suited hands as Ian here. Maybe the very, very worst ones, but Jack-3 too good. Wow, what a flop, though. Top to pair for Frederick. Bottom pair for Ian. Honestly, a tempting spot for Frederick to check. He crushes this board, but it's a board that should favor the big blind. That said, many of the 9-high boards, as the raiser out of the small blind, play as a bet. But if you mixed in checks here, I'd find it pretty interesting. He is going to bet 140. And I think Ian will likely be on the hook for that much. Does make the call.
Turn card's another 5, so a full house now.
On this card in particular, I think Frederick should check. I mean, this should really just be the big blind's card and not yours. Also, you just have the board absolutely killed. And in the event your opponent has a draw, you'd like to let him hit on the river. Or if your opponent has a draw, you'd like to let him miss on the river and then bluff and you check raise. So I'd really like to see Frederick check this one. I'm surprised that he's betting this. This is a really favorable card for the big blind. But he's just going to bet small. I mean, he's betting really small here. And basically saying, hey, I'm not convinced that you'll do the betting for me, so I'll bet small. All your draws will have to continue for this price. All your pairs will have to continue for this price.
And he is going to make the call.
Yeah, and if I'm Ian, you're not getting me out for 2 big blinds on the turn. But we know that he's drawing debt. He's drawing stone debt.
And river's king. All right, what do you do now if you're Frederick?
One's more tempting is checking is tempting because you're not getting any money out of the draws without checking. The fear is that you miss money from a 9 because a 9 might check back, but also you block the 9s.
All in.
Yeah, he's just gonna jam it himself.
That's going to get Ian to fold, don't you believe?
Most of the time, yes. If you're in Ian's shoes, you start telling yourself, well, hey, I mean, how much could he have really connected with this board? Doesn't he have a lot more missed draws than he does value hands here? He bet the 5 on the turn when it should be my card.
10 seconds.
That's why you see Ian thinking about this. It's not nearly as clear as it may seem that he should just fold and give up on this hand. And also, blind versus blind are really wide-range spots where your opponent just has so many potential holdings that it's just tough to give up on pairs, particularly on runouts where all the draws missed. But Ian does let that one go, and he will be down to 10 big blinds.
Nice hand there for Frederick. Always nice to crush a flop like that. Huh?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Crush a flop.
Never have to worry
Get your
about
dream turn card.
Never have to worry about it. Frogman on the chat says he should have checked. What do you think out there? We are watching the chat on YouTube and on the Best Bet chat. What do you think he should have done? Easy to say. When
Yeah.
you see the cards.
I mean, you could really argue for a check on any street from Frederick. That said, because your opponent has an incentive to play more passive, doing the betting yourself, also very viable.
Frederick now with 2 9s.
140. Raise 140.
Raises to 140. Ian folds 9-3. Toby with King 6. Now we've talked about this hand before. King 6 suited.
Yeah, I think Toby has a natural call here.
10 seconds.
Wearing one of the Best Bet shirts. They were given away to all the final table players. You know, when you book a tournament like this, do you book yourself all the way to the end? Do you bring enough clothes so you can wear the entire week? What do you do, Tony?
Check.
You know, these days when I travel to a tournament, it's for the WPT, and I generally have an idea of how long I'm staying ahead of time, so I'm not the best person to ask that.
And you also always dress nice at the table, which
Right.
does not go unnoticed, that's for sure.
I think most players, you know, you book anticipating that you're going to need the entire stay, because what you don't want is to be at a hotel, go deep in an event, and then find out you can't extend your room. And then you just have to pay for the changes for the flight. Toby turning a 6 after the flop's gone check, check. I really like that check from Frederick on the flop. I think he has one of the clearest hands to check, being just under the 10. Just under second pair. The 6 on the turn, being a third club and giving Toby third pair, should not propel him to bet. I think he mostly wants to work towards showdown and invest the minimum. And I think that's what Frederick will allow him to do. His hand just doesn't want to bet very much. The argument you could make is, well, there's some vulnerability here. I can deny equity to clubs or draws that have overcards against me or straight outs against me. And so he may want to just like bet small and clear those kind of hands out. And that's what it looks like he's going to do here. And this should work out great for him, because if he's bet small, Toby will probably get stuck in there. And the river will generally go check, check, and Frederick will have won the maximum. So
Does bet 115. We are playing 30 and 60,000.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
we got a question in the chat about what they are playing for. There's a over $350,000 top prize today, including a seat to the WPT World Championship in Las Vegas coming up. The river 8 of clubs, likely to slow down any potential betting here. Frederick's hand is just too good to turn into a bluff. I could be wrong, but I don't think you really want to bluff this hand when you're going to have so much worse on the river. You can check and occasionally win the pot, as he will do here.
2 9s wins the pot. Frederick Normand.
Button's gonna be good.
Thank you, Chad Gardner. Appreciate the support.
We are streaming live from Best Bet, Jacksonville, Florida. And you can find this on their stream, also on YouTube and on Facebook. Thanks, Frogman.
60 to go.
Yes, $351,650 for first, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, where you can win millions more. First place has to be over $5 million.
Yeah, it has to be.
So,
I expect 6.
all right. Love to hear it.
What's the percentage that's going to first?
That's a good question. It always depends on how many players you get. So I'm expecting over 4,000 since we have a 40 million guarantee, and that would take first place probably down to somewhere around 16, 17% is my guess. With that many players.
Right. So that would be over 6.
Yeah, over 6 million. Yeah, would be outstanding. Would you like to win that tournament, Tony?
No, man, I don't need $6 million. You know, I'm already rolling in dough, and I jump into a giant vault of gold coins like Scrooge McDuck every morning.
I always fear that if a guy like you won the tournament, we'd lose you on the World Poker Tour. And we'd hate to see that, you know. I would hate to see that.
Now, Toby there limping in, and Michael, I think he raised, but not all in. If I were Toby, I don't know that I would give up Queen 10 to just a normal raise. I didn't catch the sizing that Michael chose. If he went really big, I could see an argument for folding. If he went a more normal size, I do think the Queen 10 is worth a call. I've thought about that before, like, hey, what happens if I win, like, some massive tournament? Like, do I keep my job, or do I, like, you know, retire and ride off into the sunset? And I'm 39 years old, and I'm like, what the hell would I do for the next 40 years? You know, I really, like, what would I do?
We love having you on the World Poker, Tony, and yeah, you not only do the commentary on these streams, but also with Vince Van Patten on the TV shows, so always appreciate your work. I still say you should be back on the Raw Deal, because that was an amazing part too, so yeah.
And deny the brilliant insights of Phil Hellmuth?
Come on.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, though.
I think you could do both. I really do. You're multi-talented.
They are fun. They are fun segments to do, and you know, when we're doing in the booth commentary, I generally don't want to, you know, like really highlight the mistakes people make, or, you know, jump down their throat, or I also even don't want to necessarily go on too long a rant about the strategic elements of some hand. I don't think that necessarily is the best way to approach commentary, especially for a television show, so it was fun to be able to take a deeper dive in those segments. If I go too in-depth with strategy during the television show, Vince pretends to be sleeping. He'll make this snoring sound. If I'm like, well, actually, his range contains the following hands, and Vince is just...
We've heard you go on some of these streams. I haven't seen one today, but I've seen you say, like, what is he doing? I love that. I love it.
Yeah, well, on the streams we have 8 hours. So I think it's better. It lends itself to taking these deeper dives.
Absolutely.
And I will say that, you know, sometimes we wake up very early for these streams. We're 6-7 hours in. We're asleep, and then somebody makes some, you know, atrociously tight fold, and I'm like, come on! You know?
Yeah.
Certainly some chatter, you know, about Ian in the chat, and he's been kind of in the poker news lately. You know, those are tough situations. I don't, you know, want to sound off on a situation I don't have the details for, and it's not really what we get into here. But you know, some people will be watching very closely, is the way we'll put it. As Frederick flops bottom 2 pair. Michael with just ace high checks.
510.
510.
The overbet from Frederick here. Really like this sizing. I just, yeah, love this hand selection to use this sizing on. With the bottom two hair, your hand is a little bit vulnerable, but also unblocks the top pair or second pair combinations your opponent could call with and be willing to invest this kind of money. Michael with just ace high. Not going to get involved. Now, Frederick, a guy that I don't know too much about his poker history, but thus far, looking very studied, very seasoned.
Very fancy.
Excellent hand selection, bet sizing so far. I didn't get a chance to really talk to him leading up to the final table, but if I had to guess, somebody who's played a fair amount of online poker in his day.
Trey H in the chat says he loves probe overbets.
Usually the probe bet is more so used for small betting. I don't know that overbetting is a tactic that's really used as a probe per se.
Raise to 130.
And Hang makes it 130 with the King 10 of clubs.
Fold.
And down to 7 big blinds facing this raise. I can't say I like this defend very much. As we get into the 10 big blind and under territory, a lot of the hands that we want to defend with have 2 higher cards that can make a top or middle pair and just go with it, and we start becoming much tighter about folding these lower cards that do a lot of defending at 20, 25 big blinds. Because in the event you make a pair, as he does here, how exactly do you proceed? You have bottom pair. You're only 6 blinds effective on the flop. You have just under a pot-sized bet to play, so are you just going to get it in with bottom pair? It's not going to go well for Ian should he invest his money that way here. And Hang just moves all in, and yeah, I mean, can you really get here, flop a pair, and then fold? I don't know. It's super murky, and I think this situation could have been avoided by folding pre-flop. I understand why. At these stack sizes, you feel like, hey, I'm getting these great odds. I need to make something and go with it. But I do think that a disciplined fold pre-flop would have been preferable. And now Ian does make the call. He is all in, well behind. He needs to improve, or he'll be our 5th place finisher. 7 on the turn.
Not going to help. He needs a 4 or a 6. It's a jack. And the 10s will win the pot. And we're going to lose Ian O'Hara in 5th place. He does take home $92,900 for his efforts this week. Not a bad week for Ian.
Yeah.
And we'll be down to the final 4 players. $123,000 now. The 6-digit score for the next player eliminated.
Trey H saying, oh, my definition of a probe is just betting out of position after position doesn't bet, doesn't see bet. Turn up says, whenever Fred looks at the clock, he has a made hand. That's a tell if the players pick it up. If I had to guess, Turn up, what Fred is doing is using the clock to randomize some decision making. So you're likely right that it means he has enough of a hand to get involved in some way. I don't know that it's a tell about how made his hand is. It just means that he is engaged with the hand, going to be involved, and perhaps using the clock as a form of randomizing. I do the same thing in game.
All right, Tony. You're talking
a little too strategic here.
Yeah,
We're going a little too deep
I
dive.
understand. Tell me, no. You're not talking to. I want to know what a randomizer. What do you mean by randomize? What does that mean?
Oh, sure. So a lot of decisions in poker are mixed, by which I mean you might have a decision between calling and raising or calling and folding. And so instead of just allowing your human brain to decide what to do, you remove that element and say, I'm going to randomize. Now, when I'm playing at home, I just use like a calculator app on my computer, and I just press the random number on it. When you're playing live poker, that's a bit harder to do, and so the best thing you can often do is use the second hand on the clock, and you say, okay, you know, on the lower numbers, I make the more aggressive action. On the higher numbers, I make the more passive action. Instead of deciding it myself in this situation where I'm prone to some kind of bias, I'm just going to close my eyes, look up at the clock, and let it decide what my action will be in a spot where I have a mixed strategy. Some players are big proponents of using in-game randomization. Other players say that's ridiculous. I'm the better poker player. I have great instincts, and I should know when I'm doing this. My opinion is, if you are more skillful than your opponent, especially significantly so, you should be more apt to just use your own estimation of what's happening and make a decision. If you are roughly as skillful or your opponent is more skillful than you, you should be more likely to use the randomizer because you're not going to outguess this player. And I believe that we as humans generally like to see cards and like to put chips in the middle and, you know, like to see action. And so if we always just leave it up to ourselves to decide, we'll go with whatever our bias is. I mean, there are some players who just play much too tight, and so their bias will always be to fold and avoid risk. And using the randomizer can help them actually lean into that risk a little bit. But I think for many of the rest of us, it can be a good way of being a little disciplined about when we put in chips.
So bottom line, it's similar to flipping a coin.
It's similar to flipping a coin, but instead of just having 2 options, you have 10.
Okay. I've seen people with the dice, you know,
Right.
That's
what works too, yeah. Toby opening the button with the king 8.
Okay, 8 white, right? How many 8 white, yeah. Okay, let's start with 1.6. 1.550.
Hang in the big blind with the jack 6 clubs. Nice looking hand to see you flop with. And on ace 10-5, he has a flush draw up against Toby's king high.
Check.
Toby checks and a check back. Now the 8 on the turn. That does hit Toby's hand. Paired 8s. Hang with the flush draw still in this pot.
Check.
Hang checks.
I mean, this turn check from Hang is a good example of a spot where we should employ a mixed strategy. Sometimes you'll want to bet this hand, sometimes you'll want to check. And if you think you're up against a good opponent who will balance his checks behind on the flop, then it's a good spot to randomize on the turn and let that decide when you'll do the betting. Queen on the river does miss Hang with the flush draw. He has a blocker to straights like Jack 9 and King Jack, so there may be some temptation to turn his hand into a bluff. And if sized appropriately, that would put Toby in a tough spot.
Yes, Toby here with 4th pair. Jack does go check, check, and Toby will like what he sees here with his pair of 8s, winning the pot.
Why don't we do 80?
Your blinds and manis are up, everybody. Your blinds and manis are up. 1,000 small blinds, 75,000 big blinds, 75,000 ante. We will take our first break of the day at the end of this level against 16 levels right now. I had to be table audio for a second because they started talking about John. So we'll be without table audio for a second.
All right. Oh. All right, 7 deuce and a 3 deuce. Not much here in these hands so far. Hang with a 3 deuce. He lets it go. And Frederick gets the walk with the king 6 suited.
first walk of this final table, I believe. Which could be a quick one, the way it's playing out thus far. Both our short stacks bust early. Both our chip leaders have accumulated some chance that we reach heads up in the 30-minute levels it entails rapidly today. Michael with ace queen. And our blinds and antes are up to 50,000, 75,000 with a 75K big blind ante. So, what will Michael make it with the ace queen? 150. Here's the bet. Hang right behind on the button with 9-8 suited. Likely to get involved. One of those hands that could mix raises and 3-bets, but will, raises and calls, but will likely lean towards calling. He does make the call. Oh, look at this, Matt. Pocket kings for Frederick. Now, I saw a spot against our buddy Tom Wheaton in the play down to the final table day where he raised Michael 3-bet ace queen. Tom went all in and Michael snapped him. I think that was for around 30-ish blinds effective. Now he's 40 blinds effective up against Frederick. I'm very curious how Michael reacts to this 3-bet to 800,000. Healthy sizing on the 3-bet, over 10 big blinds from Frederick. Now Michael right around a stack size that could talk himself into jamming over the top if he believes that Frederick is squeezing light here. What is he going to do? Tough spot. He is all in. He's going for it. Frederick, of course, going to make the call, and so Michael on the satellite for $120, all in and at risk. Fourth place is $123,000. Wow. So an incredible 1,000x on his money guaranteed.
Michael does have him covered, though, in this pot.
I don't believe so. I think Frederick is one of the chip leaders. 6 on the turn, so an ace, and only an ace will save Michael. And it is a deuce.
All right, we'll check the graphics here.
Yeah, there it is. He is eliminated,
he is eliminated in fourth place.
Well, $123,900 from Michael.
Out of $120.
Out of 100? Nobody ever 1,000x's their money in tournament poker. That's impossible. So congratulations to Michael. Super nice guy. Tremendous run here at Jacksonville. Not a hand that I think he should have any regrets about or kick himself over. If anything, I actually think Frederick may look to pick on that situation looser than usual. And so I think Michael played a very daring and capable final table, that he should be really proud of his effort here at Jacksonville this week, and we're happy for him and anybody who satellites their way in and then makes it to the final table.
Love to see it.
Just 3 remain at this very quick final table, Matt Savage. You're going to make it back to the golf course today.
Well, probably not, but 166,000.
Right.
500 for the next player eliminated, and man, action's been good here. You know what? I don't like or necessarily care that it's a fast. Well, that's a lie. I like fast tables.
We all do.
But
we all do.
Also, I like to see action, and we've had it here today, which is great to see.
We have a question in the chat from Trey H. Says, Tony, what's your opinion on when the blinds are this 2-to-3 ratio, and what adjustments can and should you see? I think what you'll see is more limping out of the small blind when it's blind versus blind, and more calling out of the small blind when facing an open, since you're getting a better price on it. I don't think it's a dramatic adjustment, but certainly one where when you're in the small blind and it folds to you and you're getting this incredible price, it's hard to justify many folds at all.
And poker is all about adjustments. You know, when it comes to structures, when it comes to chips and things like that. Do you look into that, or something you look at as an advance, or is this something you just make your decisions when the structure goes up or those blinds are upon you?
Generally, you make it in the moment. Occasionally, there are things worth looking ahead at in structures, but for the most part, you just adjust to the situation in the moment.
And we're deep into this pot here with ace, ace, 8, deuce on the board, and Toby with jack 9, hang with king 7. Hang now with 75 big blinds. Toby now at the short stack with 1.5 million, about 20 bigs.
I don't know if Toby's going to get away with this one. He can have some aces here, but a lot of them should jam or raise pre, especially the low to middling offsuit aces. So it's kind of tough to tell the story that you have that many aces that are barreling here, and hang with the king high has just enough hand to keep calling, which is what he's going to do facing this small bet. So we go to a river. Toby needs a jack or a 9, and he's not going to get it. It is a club, and he has the 9 of clubs to block a potential flush, but the whole, you know, one flush card blocker dynamic is less impactful blind versus blind when people have such wide ranges. He's going to check, hang, no doubt, content to check behind, take the showdown. His king high is going to win, so we've already seen a ton of action at this final table, and now Toby with sub 20 big blinds will be at risk of being all in himself going forward, facing raises. And without another short stack in the mix, he doesn't have much incentive to be risk averse right now. It's chip up or go home.
Raise 275.
Frederick here, raising this limp from hang, 275. As the chip leader, can put a lot of pressure on hang while Toby is significantly shorter.
Slammer, yes, this is Tony Dunst, and I am Matt Savage here, doing the commentary here from Best Bet live here in Jacksonville,
Yeah, I have
Jacksonville, Florida.
18 big blinds.
1.35.
1.35 before this and anything. Okay. Such a weird blind level.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like, I don't encounter that one very often.
Watch it. I'm feeling it, I think.
Hang with the aces on the button.
It's the third time we've seen aces already at this final table.
Possibly more.
Yeah.
Possibly more. And the combination of aces and kings has been huge. Must have seen 6 in total or something. Frederick right behind has king 5 in small blind. Toby with queen deuce in the big blind. This would be thin. For chips, it's worth it, but it's a little bit of ICM pressure. Toby elects to fold. And the one face card with a deuce, 3, 4. Not super tempting under ICM pressure. Frederick on the button with the 10-9.
Raise 150. Fold.
Toby's already folded here. We're going to see these hands. Don't think we have seen Zhang's hand yet. But we'll have the flop here. And it's ace, queen, 4.
On my luck. It's hot. With the lights.
And there's Hank's hand. Got queen 5, so he has flop middle pair here. Frederick with a 10-9. Hang has checked. Frederick does continue here, bets 100,000. Hang makes a call. Turn card is another queen. Hang will check again.
I think on a 4, Hang would lead the majority of the time and should lead. The queen, it's a lot less clear. Your opponent can have as many queens as you in the big blind, and generally will have the superior kicker. But I don't think that's a card that will inspire Frederick to keep betting. He does check behind. 10 on the river gives Frederick queens and 10s. A quick check from Hang. That is surprising to me, and I think a little bit of a missed opportunity. I think on this board texture, you know, on the river, you're going to have some missed clubs, and trips is a lot of your betting range. And I think the trips mostly want to go for it. It's just very easy for Frederick to have an ace or a 10. And this is a surprising bet from Frederick to me. And he's gone really small in position. This is sometimes we say in poker, like, this isn't a thing, you know, and betting like quarter pot in position on the river with rare exceptions just really isn't a thing. I can't say I like this play very much. You're reopening the betting in a spot where it's basically impossible to get called by worse, but you can get check raised by better and check raised off your hand by bluffs, and I don't think you can reasonably bet call this hand, so I think this is getting a little bit greedy. Maybe Frederick putting Hang specifically on a 4, but Hang shouldn't even defend that many hands with a 4, so this is a little too ambitious for my taste. And again, I think Hang's using the time extension to debate between a raise and a call, and it's such a small bet. He is going to raise. Nice play from Hang here, getting the check raise in. And I was saying that I think he should do the betting himself, but if your opponent is going to bet too wide on the river, then check and let him do his thing. Nicely played hand by Hang here. Frederick has to let it go. Getting a little greedy and punished for doing so.
Nice little pot there for Zhang. Frederick gave the hand signal like he was not very happy with it. Understandably so, according to the analysis by Tony Dunst.
Where's my bottle? No, I got an extra one if you want it.
You got a cool one?
No cold.
We have cool. We have cool. Hey, don't mind. Oh, okay. Thank you, Paul.
Toby lets the 9-8 go. Again, three-handed. That means the button acts first, three-handed. And ranges get wider. Is that not correct, Tony?
Generally, yes. Although at final tables, it has a lot more to do with stack distribution than position. Hang making a very nice ICM adjustment by limping the ace-queen here in the small blind. He really does not want to bloat pots out of the small blind, and that means he should do very little, if any, raising out of the small blind at all. Now, there is an argument to be made for limp re-raising, but it faces the same potential consequences of bloating the pot when you are so far ahead of third place right now. So he's just going to go with the call.
Flop is an ace-10, or ace-4, and a deuce.
Beautiful
Top
flop
pair for
Hang. And a good board for Frederick to fire away with this hand. He's the one that's representing the ace by raising pre-flop here. And the 4 and the deuce should really not connect with Hang's limp calling range. So I expect Frederick to fire the flop and potentially multiple streets. He is aware of the fact that Hang, as a savvy player, will be sensitive to the ICM dynamic and limp in many holdings with an ace here. Eight on the turn may end up saving Frederick some money, as he now has no incentive to bluff, and also can't reasonably bet his hand and get called by worse. Now, we did just see him bet a little too thin on the river with a third pair type hand, now second pair. But I think it's a little more evident in this situation that your hand is likely second best. Now, the argument you could make for Frederick is to bet one time on the turn, quite small, to sort of price your showdown and extract a little bit of extra value from overcard combinations or, you know, pairs that have limp called. Stuff like a king 4 suited or backdoor diamonds that have turned a draw. And we do see a bet of 320.
320, yeah.
You know, about a third pot. I think this is quite a viable play from Frederick. Hang, happy to see this turn barrel.
Uses another time extension, giving himself a 30 seconds more.
I tend to believe this is posturing from Hang. You're trying to make Frederick believe you're on the cusp here, you're a little uncertain in your decision, imploring him to barrel the river so you can snap him off with this ace-queen on most of the bricks. And that is about as brickish as it gets. Nice safe deuce for Hang. So he loves the run out of this. And I just can't imagine Frederick would bet once more. I mean, that's just way too thin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good check there. Is that kind of the opposite of what he did with the last hand? Is that what you're saying there?
On the river, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be just way, way too thin to value bet. And he just got punished for value betting too thin. So you have this recent reminder not to do that type of stuff. But really, I just think his turn bet was the thin value bet in this hand. And one that actually makes some sense. It's giving your hand some protection. It can get called by worse. You're pricing in your showdown. But betting the river doesn't do much for you.
You learn that one from Lee? Too much cigarette. Oh.
Yeah.
Lee does that too, right?
Yeah. In the hand.
Yeah. 75 to go.
Yeah, to bet the river.
Toby now
Does that
on the short stack. Guaranteed 166,000. But again, you know, those, as most tournaments, all the money's in the top three. Most of the money's in the top three. And second place, 226,700. First place, 351, 650. Plus that opportunity to play in the WPT World Championship. Toby with the queen 6 flops top pair. Frederick with 7-4. Not much doing with that flop. No.
Frederick stabbing the 7 high hand here up against Toby.
No, that's fine. You heard that go off, the buzzer on the action clock provided to us by Protection Poker. Means he'll have to give up a time chip at the end of the hand. And Toby did bet 150, and that was good enough to win the hand.
Actually, I think he raised the bet there as Frederick stabbed at it for 75,000. Toby announcing raise, and I think before Frederick even heard what the amount was, his hand was in the muck.
Make sure you're aware.
No pair, no draw, no decision.
Then you're gonna be the 50
Small blind, so expensive.
30 to go. 30, 75. We got the clock. 75 to go.
Frederick now with Jack 3 of diamonds. He does fold.
Surprising fold there from the chip leader. I think that hand is very much worth a raise, the way the stacks are distributed right now.
Option.
Toby limps with the 10-8.
Thanks.
And a check back from Hang with the Jack 5. Will go to the flop. Ace 6 deuce. Neither player connecting with this flop. Toby leads out for 75,000, and Hang looks down at his Jack 5 and lets it go. So Toby wins this one. Our 6th place finisher was Brian Senni. Ian O'Hara finished at 5th, and in 4th place, our satellite winner from $120, turning it into $123,000. We talk about satellites all the time, Tony, and how important they are to these big events. And at the World Championship, we heard from Ryan Beauregard today. He said there was going to be over 1,000 qualifiers for not only the $5 million, $1,100 buy-in Prime Championship, but also for the $10,400 $40 million guaranteed tournament as well. Over 1,000 satellite winners.
That is great news.
That's just unbelievable.
Toby with the ace 5 on the button, just under 20 blinds.
150.
He makes a 150, Hang folds a queen 8. Ace 4 suited for Frederick. You talked about these hands earlier.
Yeah, but I don't know that this is the situation where we want to rejam, because your opponent's only 20 blinds deep opening the button. The problem with rejamming this hand is you just don't get that much better to fold, and you end up getting snapped off by a bunch of hands that dominate you. It's also nice to call and keep some aces in your range.
He did move all in.
He did move all in. Look,
yeah.
Totally viable play. And actually, now that I think about it, under ICM, I think the low suited aces do a little more jamming there than usual. But sometimes I like playing those as a call, so we do get to the flop with some aces on our range, and ones that, when they flop, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, have the ability to call a bet or two and get to showdown.
75.
That said, the jam might be the best available play there. It's certainly close. And he does get the ace 5 to fold, so a nice win for Frederick there.
Hang now with king 7 of spades. He'll be coming into this pot. First to act. Raises to 165.
Oh,
And now Toby with 9s.
yeah, Toby, the one that will be all in this time.
He does do it. He's all in. If you're a hang here, he's getting a count.
I'm gonna have 1.225.
I think once Hang realizes this is nearly 20 blinds, he won't be calling. That's just too much. But worth checking what your opponent is playing for before making your decision here. It is kind of close, but it would be a very ambitious hand to call.
10 seconds.
What's the king you're calling here with, Tony? King 10 suited?
For chips, we're calling king 10 suited. Under ICM, it's awful close, depending on how we think our opponent's going to play. Certainly king jack suited. I'm going to fold king 9 suited, and king 10 is the decision hand. If I think my opponent is leaning towards the tighter side of things, I'll fold that one. If I think they are very aggressive with their rejams from the big blind, I'll make the call.
So king queen is 100% call.
King queen suited is a call, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I might still ask, like, hey, how much is he playing? Oh, it's under 20 blinds, I'll call.
Okay.
7 something.
Putting that in my notes. Learn a lot here from these streams with Tony. I'm just the amateur here asking those amateur questions. Toby with the 8-7 offsuit.
Another hand, especially for just 25,000, seems worth the call. It's hard to fold much for 25,000 more into a pot that has 200,000. Getting the 8-1.
And hang now with king queen offsuit.
I do believe Hang should raise. I wouldn't love a jam. Sometimes I think players get a little ahead of themselves and just jam these hands when really, raising this and getting called by hands that you dominate is a much more probable stack to bussing your opponent than just ripping it in, and you're not really going to get called by any hands that you dominate there. Maybe King Jack.
He did make it 275 and won
Yeah.
that pot.
Yeah, nice hand from Hang.
Go.
Toby folds jack deuce of hearts. Hang now with ace 10.
We've discussed before that at this chip stack, in these blinds, you should be limping almost everything playable from the small blind as Hang. The dynamic would switch if Hang were the chip leader and Frederick were in second. Then I think Hang should be raising near everything.
Raise 300.
But with this dynamic, I think limp calling is much better. And Frederick is going to isolate pretty wide, as we see him do with 9-6 offsuit here. But he does need to be careful that he doesn't go overboard with this because Hang is limping in strong. He already knows that after trying to bluff him out with the ace-queen and getting called down. Well, I guess he was value betting the turn, but...
10 seconds.
Whoa!
Whoa.
He limp folded ace-10? Whoa! That's my first, wait, what are we doing here of the day?
Do you think it could be that he doesn't want to battle the other big stack?
That's absolutely what it
Okay,
is. While
okay.
there's another short stack out there. I think if, for example, Toby had the same stack as them, I don't think he folds there. But because Toby is so much shorter, he's just doing anything he can to avoid playing a significant pot up against Frederick. But to me, that's much, much too tight.
And hand of the
Much too
day
tight.
is back.
Yeah.
Aces and nines. We've seen quite a bit of this in this final table, and nines have reappeared again. 2 red nines here for Hank, and he does raise to 160,000. While Frederick has 9-3 of clubs, he will fold. And Toby with ace-5 offsuit.
Oh, this is really close for Toby. If I'm Toby, I am all in up against this open. Now, Toby has been a touch more risk-averse with his pre-flop decisions thus far today. Not by much, though, you know, and that was with some other shorter stacks still in the mix. Now he's the clear short stack, and I think he should take every close situation. Yeah, and he is going to play this as a call instead of jam.
Now we know 1-9 is gone, so makes it a little more difficult for Hank to get a set.
Check on what appears to be a king-high board. Yeah, king-7 deuce, all spades. Neither player holding a spade, so a board that will lead to some passive play between these two competitors. Hang with a little stab on the flop. Takes this one down. Yeah, going back to the limp fold with the ace-10, when you're 100 blinds deep, it's just so unlikely that you're going to end up playing a pot that puts your stack at risk, or even puts such a significant portion of your stack at risk that you're close to going down to the area that Toby is in. You know, you certainly want to be cautious about what kind of hands you limp call up against the chip leader, but I don't know that I would give up with any ace, and ace-10 is like a monster in that situation. I really can't believe my eyes. You never know about people's priorities going into a final table, though. It may be that, you know, Hang has said, look, I need to get top 2 for whatever reason, you know, certain purchase he wants to make or achievement he wants to reach. And he will make the call here with the ace-8 of hearts.
Flop queen-10, deuce, 1 heart. And so top pair flopped by Frederick. $175. A bet from Frederick over to Hang. This is a hand that I think you could consider calling. And we're just playing for chips, but under ICM, I would be more apt to just give up on it. And Hang does the same there. I like that fold. All right, next question, Tony. What do you mean by when you say just playing for chips?
Yeah, so when we're at a final table, we're playing ICM poker, where your priorities and your strategy are influenced by wanting and needing to move up the pay ladder and being conscious of where your stack is in relation to the other stack's table. Just being mindful that you don't blow an opportunity to ladder up and get more money. However, early in a tournament, you have none of these considerations, and you're really just playing for chips. And so if an investment is risky but just mildly plus EV, when we're playing for chips, we should always do it. When an investment is risky but just mildly EV at a final table, it's very rare that we should do it, especially if, you know, we're a second, third, fourth chip position up against the chip leader, and there's some short stacks who could potentially bust out in the near future. We need a much more plus EV situation before we start taking on significant risk.
That makes sense, absolutely. We have talked about the championship, which is coming up in December. We haven't talked about the WPT Voyage, which is happening next year. And we had some people here that actually were interested and bought some cruise packages. We are going to take over the entire WPT Voyage on Virgin. It's going to be an amazing time. You're going to play some tennis down there, I heard.
Going to play some tennis. Vince is going to run some pickleball tournaments or something along those lines.
And I'm running a golf tournament. Phil Ivy's coming in just to play the golf tournament as well.
Wow.
So if you have an opportunity, make sure you check out WPTvoyage.com and book your voyage today. It's going to be a great time. They're going to have all the cash. I mean, we're really going to have probably 25 to 30 cash games on that boat, and then an amazing schedule of tournaments as well, which includes 1.5 million in guarantees. We're going to have a WPT Prime and a main tour event on that. So if your name's not yet on the Champions Cup, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, like Tony Dunst, that's going to be a great opportunity for you to do that. And it's going to be a great time on that cruise. So I'm looking very forward to it, the WPT Voyage. Again, WPTvoyage.com. Make sure you check it out.
Toby here, the ace-6 under 15 blinds facing the limp, I think has a hand that plays best as a jam. And that may be what Toby is considering here. The only hands that Frederick is likely to limp call and all in with are some strong pairs, and occasionally you should do that with like ace-king in these situations. Yeah, he's going to raise this, but not all in. Or maybe he raised the majority of his stack. I didn't quite catch what the sizing he announced was. Yeah, the voyage should be awesome this year. In the past, you know, we've been 200 poker players on a cruise of 1,800 people. And this time around, we are going to be the entire cruise, booked out, all poker players.
And you must be 18 or over to go on that cruise. So, unfortunately, there won't be a lot of kids running around. And
you say unfortunately.
Yeah, do. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a great time. I am really looking forward to that. And there's been multiple ways to win packages into that. Again, people have been buying those as well. But WPTvoyage.com, and also you can win those on Club WPT. The Club WPT, they've been giving away those cruise packages in addition to the World Championship and the WPT Prime seats as well. So Club WPT has really stepped up their game and has done a lot of things for that. We're going to have some Club WPT events at our championship, and we're playing against each other, Tony. I'm looking forward to that.
In the tag team event?
In the tag team event.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's going to be cool. I like those kind of things.
All right, hang with fours here up against ace-7. A hand that does not play very well post-flop, right, Tony Dunst? Unless you do flop that 4. There are 2 clubs on the board, and each player with a club in their hand. He does make it 125, does Frederick, and that'll win the pot, and you move on. Yes. I know that Deb Giardina, she runs the best bet. She will be on that cruise, or on that voyage, I should say, and also Jesse Hollander and his wife, Allison Hollander. They are party animals. They will be at the voyage, so look forward to seeing them there. And you can find Allie on the dance floor most nights.
Toby with ace-king on the button.
150.
I don't believe he will get in the action. Hang actually missed a hand. You don't see that much in a 3-handed final table. I did see him miss a hand with the final 2 tables because he was off at the other table assessing things and just missed his hand. Not something you want to make a habit out of.
No, opinions on that.
See, look, it's day 1, you miss a hand, you got to run to the bathroom, whatever it is. I totally get it. At final tables, I mean, if I had to guess, he is having some kind of digestive issue. It's bad. Like, what? Why else would you just go wandering, you know, free-handed at a final table? Of course, I'm reminded of the time down here in Florida that Lily Coletto went shopping in the middle of her final table, or I can't remember if she went to change outfits or she went shopping, bought a new outfit, and changed. But that's a real thing that happened. I was here for it.
I imagine she probably just changed her outfit, but she could have, knowing Lily,
Yeah.
she could have gone shopping. But you're saying, well, he's drinking a lot of waters. Let's
Right.
not say that, you know.
And he's alternating the Red Bull and everything. So, yeah, you know, they're like, I can't last any longer. Run to the bathroom. I'll miss one hand, so be it.
But missing hands, you're not in favor. I know Scotty Wynn, Scotty Baby does that from time to time. He goes out and has partakes in
Sure.
a
Look,
cigarette. But I think that I agree with you. I think that's probably a bad idea.
day one, no big. Oh, look at this.
Look at
We
this.
have a flip for Toby's tournament life. More than happy to snap it off with the nines, but not pleased to see his opponent is in fact flipping with the queen jack. So Frederick looking to bring our final table down to 2. Should Toby survive with the nines, he will be right back in the thick of things. Let's go to the flop. There's a face card, but it looks like a king, perhaps?
It is a king. 8 and 7. 2 spades, a 5 on the turn. And now Toby looking to double up with that 4 on the river. And he does. He turns his stack into 2.65. 2.685. 35 big blinds. And as you said, right back in it. And you can see Angel in the background. She's excited to see that. Not done yet is Toby Lois. He is doubled up. See that Toby has a lot of support in our chat, so you know, you can put little emojis in there and go Toby. I see that. There you go. Double up.
Crazy if Frederick won that and we were down to heads up before the first break. That would have been wild.
Yeah, that would have been wild. So Toby, a lot of support in this area. He's a frequent player at Best Bet.
So far, still many more to go.
Lots of pineapples in the chat. I'm not quite sure what that means, but
Looking at the wrong guy. I don't know what the pineapple means.
I don't know.
I know what the eggplant is. I don't know about the pineapple.
Okay.
Frederick with the queen 10 going up on the button to 150. Hang with jack 9 in the big blind makes the call. So these two very close in stack now. About 1 million separating them. And it is 10-6 deuce. Frederick retains the lead, making top pair.
Check.
.360 from Frederick. Sizing up here on the flop. I think this is a nice hand to size up with on the flop. Once more, showing some good hand selection. Shout out to Bernadette in the chat. She says, hello Tony, I'm the gal you helped lift my scooter at the Rio. I don't really remember that, but I'm glad that, you know, I took the time apparently.
Nicely done, Tony.
Yeah. I almost feel like I'm getting credit for something nice another person did because I have no recollection of lifting a scooter at the World Series of Poker. But I'll take it.
Nice job, Toby.
Yeah.
All right, Toby with queen 4 of diamonds. He's taken his hoodie back off. Getting a little more comfortable here. Or maybe a little bit of perspiration after facing that all in. Get you heated up.
Close one on the button with the queen 4 suited.
Oh, the pineapple story's coming out. Apparently, Toby wore a pineapple shirt at the last tournament, so he earned the name the Pineapple King.
Okay.
There we go.
A little history lesson for us.
The Pineapple King.
Okay, in a parking lot. So yeah, back at the Rio a couple of years ago. That makes sense. It was a little while ago.
Tony Dunst does so many nice things for so many people. He can't possibly remember all.
Right. Yeah, you could remember all the scooters I've lifted in my day.
Ace 9 7 on the flop. Needed player connecting here.
75.
However, Hang will continue with his Jack 3, betting 75,000. Now to Frederick. And he does make the call. No hearts on this board. Frederick is suited in hearts. A 10 on the turn.
I think this is a pretty good barreling spot for Hang with the gut shot and one low time and blocker. Hand that certainly can't win at showdown. Now, if we're not betting this kind of turn card, what are we betting? And your opponent can be peeling the flop with just some high card combinations like king high. So I think this is a reasonable spot for Hang to go for it, and he's shown some willingness to be aggressive in these situations earlier in this final table.
And you like the sizing there, 525?
Yeah, 525. I think he's playing his hand just great. Really just nice hand selection, nice sizing. He's been passive out of the small blind, so he's using his image well here. And if I'm Frederick, I'm giving up, as he is too, despite that being such a wet and coordinated board.
Come back and take note.
Nice stuff from Hang. As he narrows the gap between himself and Frederick. Frederick took that little hit, doubling up Toby Boas.
What color up there?
The end of this level, yes.
So it was like 1,500 and then
It goes to
75.
1,500.
75.
Then 75, 125, I believe.
Was it like 5,100 after?
Next one
Player's
is
asking about the lines here.
Ronan Ravanzo asking if Frederick is a Jacksonville guy. He's not. He's an international player. Hang with the king 9 of clubs on the button.
We root for locals here, he says.
Yeah.
Hang with the king 9 of clubs. We saw Paul Petralia in the chat. He is a local winner as well of a WPT right here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Well, Hang is a St. Augustine, Florida guy, and he's had some recent success here at Jacksonville. So
Yes, they actually have a sister room here in St. Augustine, Tony, so, which I hear is very, very nice. So if you get a chance to go check that out, it's part of the Best Bet family at the St. Augustine Casino here. Didn't get a chance to get over there and see that, but I heard that it's worth a visit if you live down here. It's about 40 minutes away. There's also another room at Orange Park, so they have 3 card rooms down here.
75 to go.
As I said, they do a fantastic job. Frederick with the king 6. 4:30 local time here in Jacksonville.
155, raise 155. Fold.
We are on a 30-minute delay, but this is happening today here in Jacksonville. And does fold the queen 4. Frederick wins this pot.
Toby getting plenty of support and love in the chat. Action with him holding the 7-4 offsuit. You
mentioned Tom Wheaton earlier.
Mm-hmm. We're happy to see Tom go deep. Would have liked to have him at this final table.
Yeah, it would have been nice. The official card of the World Poker Tour is Faded Spade, and that's his company. So he is an extended part of the WPT family, like we like to say, and
So close,
he
too.
was so close.
He was all in with those queens against Michael Frierson's ace-queen for a very significant pot. Like, as that pot had, man, a couple million in it, and that would still be a stack with 30 blinds at this final table. So you can imagine how much it had in it if there was 11 left. So, you know, Michael, nice guy, happy to see him do well. But Tom, another really nice guy, someone we would love to see at a WPT final table. Hang here, limping in with the king six of diamonds, facing this isolation. Again, you know, a hand I think he should really see the flop with, and he is going to make the call, perhaps thinking better of his earlier fold with the ace-10, because certainly I'd rather limp call ace-10 than king six of diamonds. And a dreamy 6-3 deuce rainbow with a diamond board, and actually one that gives Frederick second pair, so just an ideal flop for hang here.
He has been the guy out of position checking almost every single time.
He should.
Yes.
There should basically be no leads in his strategy. Again, when we're just playing for chips, there should be some leads. Under ICM, you don't really want to be bloating the pot.
And 225 bet by Frederick here on his middle pair threes.
And hang. I just love this situation. Hard to ask for a better flop.
And he has used those time extensions as well in these situations. I think that's strategic, is it not?
Mostly, yes. It's possible he's considering a mix of call and raise. I can't imagine raising in this spot.
He does make the call. Turn card is a king. King of spades.
Oh,
That
man.
makes two pair for hang.
Unfortunately for Hang, it's a card that will often lead to Frederick slowing down, as he knows Hang could limp in with hands like, you know, King Jack, King Queen, check call the flop, and then turn that king. Not crazy for Frederick to bet here. It's a little bit similar to that situation we saw before where he had the 10-8. He gets to the turn with second pair and figures, okay, I'm going to bet small, I'll get a little value, some protection, there'll be some equity denial of my opponent. Give me some clarity on the river. But this time he does check back. I like that check here. And the 7, a mostly inconsequential card on the river. And it is time for Hang to value bet. Although, we've actually seen him do a lot of checking in these spots, out of position on the river, and going for some check raises or allowing his opponent to drive the betting. But I'd be more surprised to see a check this time. He is really high up in his range, and he's just going to block, which is a little surprising to me, but may work out great for him. You know, Frederick facing this size might talk himself into a call, getting nearly 5-1. Although one of those spots where it's like, man, how is he ever bluffing? Is he ever really value betting a worse hand? I don't think so, and that's why we see Frederick thinking about this. It's not clear. Oh, he's going to make a bluff raise. Interesting.
And
Wow.
with the peek
And a
back, he
snap
makes
call.
a call.
Snap call. Yeah, I don't think Frederick really needs to do that there. I appreciate the daring of it. I don't know that that's really the right hand to use there. Blocking sets in 2 pair, probably important. But his hand strikes me as a little bit too good to turn into a bluff, and I would be more likely to make a decision between calling and folding. I think with the ranges being so wide, you're going to have just so many bad hands on the river. you should probably use one of those as a bluff before using hands that have paired up.
And now it's ace-king.
That said, I mean, a lot of players just don't find bluff raises on the river, and it's something that makes you really difficult to play against. So, even though I don't love the hand selection from Frederick, I really do like that he's capable of those kind of plays and trying to put Hang in that second chip position under a lot of pressure. So from a metagame perspective, I really like the raise. I just think the hand selection is a little ambitious.
Hang with ace-king does raise to 160. Toby now looks down and finds ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, nice hand to just call with at this stack depth.
And the flop is 2 clubs, 10-4-3. And with the king of clubs, Toby with the 9 of clubs. Toby checks here.
An uncoordinated enough board that I think Hang will mostly just want to bet here. And Toby will have a close decision on the flop. It's not fun when you have a card under the 10, but don't have the backdoor straight. Like, you'd much rather call ace-6 or ace-7 than ace-9 here. But considering how disconnected the board is, the fact that you have ace-high, you have backdoor clubs, albeit a middling one, I don't know if Toby's going to give up to just one bet. That said, he's been disciplined today. Yeah, he's going to make the call. I like the call. I'm not ready to give up on my hand here. Your opponent's going to be c-betting this board. Perhaps 100% frequency or close. Jack and clubs on the turn. Interesting card for sure. One that Hang should barrel at some frequency.
Hang with the straight draw. The higher flush draw. Toby with that 9 of clubs.
And I like barreling here maybe a little more than usual, because your opponent is going to fold some of the weaker suited club hands. Like, he might not call 9 deuce of clubs, but he's going to call the bigger club combinations. But the jack, the 10, and the king are all out if you're Hang. So I like the barrel there. He gets it through, and Toby folds to fight another day. We have 3 players left as we approach the break. We'll be back in 15 minutes, I believe, for more from Jacksonville.
Be right back. we are back three-handed here at Best Bet in Jacksonville. Toby, Boas, Frederick Normand, and Heng Zhang. Now, Heng Zhang and Toby are considered locals, we're told. And Toby's a popular player here, as is Heng. So, Frederick Normand, not a local. I believe he speaks French.
Couldn't come up with a zinger. You're looking at me, waiting for some kind of line.
I don't
just
know.
drew a blank.
All right, so Heng here with Queen 4 and Toby with Jack 5.
Just got too many good memories at the Playground Poker Club with my French-Canadian friends. I can't do it anymore. I grew up making jokes about the cheese eating surrender monkeys and whatnot, and now and we work with some great French people, Vermonts and Mox. Now I'm just like, you know what? Actually, the French, they're super cool.
Yes. You a fan of the cheese curds?
Well, I'm lactose intolerant, so what can I do?
I guess that would be a no.
Yeah, no.
All right, Jack 5 versus Queen 4 here. Toby with the Jack 5. Flop is Queen 9 8 and a deuce on the turn. Top pair for Heng. And Toby with a gut shot.
Stab down the flop for a small bet. With a pretty reasonable hand to keep going with on the turn. Similar situation to the one we saw earlier when Heng had the gut shot with Jack high and a low flush draw blocker. Exact type of hand that Toby has here, but he's going to slow it down. Blind versus blind. Heng maybe check behind.
The river card is a 9. Queens and 9's 2 pair. Heng has the best hand.
Yeah. Kind of a tough spot for Toby to bluff. 9s are certainly in Heng's check back range. Tougher to make him fold an 8 now. You're never getting him to fold a queen. You need to bluff some percent. This is a great example of a spot where I would probably just use the randomizer because I'm like, all right, well, I got to bluff some percent of the time here. So I'm just going to, close my eyes, look at the clock, and if it's a 1 or a 2, I'm going to bluff, and the rest of the time I'm going to give up. Okay. Instead of letting my own brain decide when to do that, because I think I would be too likely to tell myself, I gotta bluff my way out, go for it every time, and end up over bluffing.
So using that randomizer, is there like say I'm going to bluff 20% of the time?
Yeah.
So I'm going to pick 2 out of 10 numbers.
Well, I'm just going to choose a 1 or a 2.
Okay.
For me, it's the low numbers are aggressive, the high numbers are passive. Some people switch that. Doesn't really matter what you do as long as you have the system.
All right, so that bet does get through. For Heng, Toby cannot call there with the Jack high, and Heng increases his chip stack to just under 10 million.
Maybe say 50K.
Well, I'd probably say one.
Say 50K.
You fold for 150?
Really rapid final table today. It's quite rare that we go from 6 to 3 by the first break, and we were really close to being heads up. Toby was all in a coin flip with the 9s up against Frederick's Queen Jack. And he held on there, but even now he's not that deep. Hang with the ace queen. I think he's the chip leader. I'm not sure because actually Frederick had another stack of whites in his right hand. He is the chip leader, so now I complimented Heng for his passive play earlier, blind versus blind. Now I think as the bigger stack, he should do much more raising because Frederick's incentive is to now check everything and keep the pot small. So he's not going to do the raising for you. And when you have a strong hand like ace queen, you want to build the pot. So on queen 10-7, all diamonds, both players making a pair, but on such a coordinated and monotone board that you may see a pretty passive approach to this hand. Monotone flops lean towards passive strategy.
Check, check. A 10 on the turn.
Again, not really a card that Heng loves this hand.
150.
Hang does bet 150 here.
Small bet. Certainly a viable choice for Hang. He might not love the 10, but perhaps believes that plenty of the 10s in Frederick's range would bet the flop, and that there's just like a lot of hands he can gain value from by betting. So he does go with the bet. Frederick makes the call with the 7, and this 4th diamond on the river may shut down any further betting. We'll see. A little tough for Hang to value bet his hand now and get called by worse.
Why is this not a bluff situation for Frederick?
He's just a little too high in his range. He's going to get to this river with some hands that are unpaired and don't have a diamond, albeit not many. He's just going to win a showdown flop. Like, Hang stabbed once, it's easy to call and then have it go check on the river and you shoot down your 7 and you either win or chop the pot. Whereas, you know, you're going to call the turn with Jack 9, no diamond, 8 9, no diamond, King Jack, no diamond. All of those hands have more reason to bet the river with just no showdown value, particularly the lower straight draws that have missed. Your 7 still has a decent amount of equity just showing down.
These are a lot slipperier.
Yeah.
And there you see the dealer counting down the deck. Good dealers should do that occasionally. I usually suggest once or twice a down that the dealer count down the deck. I'm coming from the operational side of things, whereas you come from the playing side of things. So as a player, you should actually enjoy to see a dealer do that. It just means that they're maintaining the integrity of the game by making sure that all the cards are in the deck.
Yeah, I appreciate thoroughness as a player.
All right, Hang lets the 10-3 go. Frederick with 6-9.
Well, with this, 1.7. 1.650 behind.
Poutine is the word I was looking for.
Poutine,
Yes.
which is gravy and fries. And cheese. That's when you said cheese curds. I was like, well, that's more of a Wisconsin thing than a
Isn't
Montreal
it?
thing.
I thought poutine was cheese curds.
No. It's basically fries with a bunch of gravy on them. Yeah.
I may have to look this up.
Do you want to bet before you look it up?
I
Make
might
a
have to
friendly
look-
wager?
I might have to look this up.
Take it from the man who was eating poutine at 3 a.m. drunk and coming out of the club. That's what they are. Yours says cheese, huh? Yeah,
Gosh, I should have bet this.
should have bet. And it's cheese and gravy.
Yeah. It is French fries topped with cheese curds and gravy.
Okay,
That is poutine.
stand corrected. Yeah,
No, I'm right. I am right.
the inclusion of cheese curds will give Matt the technical win.
All right. King 5-8 on the flop, 4 on the turn, 3 spades. Frederick with the 9 of spades in his hand, and Toby with a pair of 5s. Frederick with 17 outs here.
325.
325.
Frederick bets 325.
Murky decision for Toby.
Toby does let it go. 166,500 of the next player eliminated, 351,650, including that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. A lot at stake here. Not only that, there's Player of the Year points and a lot of things at stake. Here at Best Bet Jacksonville, with 3 players remaining, 365 started down to the final 3 right now. Critter folds, Toby with the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce. Premier meetup game coming up December 1st at Wynn Las Vegas as well. I think you'll be a part of that as well. And 10 deuce, you get a ticket into a drawing. We're giving away 5 seats to the Prime Championship and a $10,000 seat to the World Championship as well on that promotional day. That Prime Premier mug starts at 9 a.m. So set your alarm, Tony.
9 a.m. poker, just the way it was meant to be played. We did it at 10 a.m. last year, and they said, you know what? We got to push this back an hour. Or sorry, push it back an hour earlier.
Right. Exactly.
Huh?
75, 125.
Right, yeah. Kind of fucked up.
100 to go.
All right, we have Ace King versus Queen 10. This is a hand that's likely to go to a flop. And Hang does call. The 5K chips are off the table now. They're playing with just 25Ks and 100Ks. Those yellow chips are 25Ks. The white chips are 100Ks. 8-3 deuce on the flop. Hang with the Ace King, checking. Frederick checks behind. The turn card is the 5 of diamonds. Check, check. And the river card's A3. Ace King. The best hand here belongs to Hang Zhang from St. Augustine, Florida. Started off this final table as our chip leader and still in the chip lead. Gonna check, check. The Ace King will win the pot.
I've got a question in the chat. Salt Life says, why did it take so long, Act? Does anybody know? That's a good question, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that you don't want to give away any timing tells, such as, oh, if you immediately check, then your hand is not really much of a decision at all. But if you think for a while, then maybe you had a close decision between betting and checking. It informs your opponent a little bit about the quality of your hand. So often, when you're up against really capable players, you might just have a little count in your head before you take any action. Like, I often give myself a 5 count before I do anything.
100 to go.
7-4. Folds.
1.2 down.
Frederick with King 6 of diamonds.
He was inquiring how much Toby is playing. Could be close to the jam if he's really short. I think he'll be a little more chipped up than that. Nope, it is going to be a jam. Let's see, how much does Toby have? Oh, he has right around 12 bigs. That makes perfect sense. I like this play from Frederick. Ooh, and this is actually pretty close for Toby. Obviously not ideal to have the 3 in your hand, but a suited king, blind versus blind, versus an opponent who's jamming close to any 2 cards, but not any 2. This is a tough decision. I think that's the right one.
And
though.
he does fold. Trade says Hang is a PLO player, so he probably doesn't like bloating pots out of position, especially versus a tough player.
We've seen a little of that in his play tonight, being extra cautious out of position. And for the purposes of final table play, when you're out of position against the other big stack, that's a really good idea, good intuition to have. Frederick with the ace 2, so blinds are up to 50, 100,000.
Raise 200.
Raised to 200,000. So we have Jack 8 folds. And Hang with Jack Deuce lets it go.
Run again.
Mike Sexton Champions Cup in the background.
100 to go.
All 3 of these players looking to get their name on there. Join Tony Dunst for the first time. None of these players have won a WPT title. Had any of these players made a final table before on the World Poker Tour?
I don't believe
so either.
I looked through 2 of their handed mobs, Toby and Hang. They had not made a... No, that's not true, actually. Who was it that made... Was it Toby who made the final table? Maybe like 10 years ago in a 3,500 in Florida? And I think he might have finished 5th.
Okay.
Maybe I am confusing his handed mob with somebody else, but I don't think that's true. He might have a... Then again, he looks pretty young. I'm not even sure he'd be eligible to play, but this is Florida. You're eligible at 18.
Well, luckily for us,
Yeah, we have it
the
right here.
WPT
Yeah,
website
double check.
is available to us. And just like the poutine, which does contain cheese curds,
Yeah, I want to say Toby
get
has
the
a
answer.
5th in a Florida event roughly 10 years ago, but I
is
could...
he old enough to...
That's just what I said. Then again, Florida is 18, right?
That is
So he
true.
could be late 20s. But I might be confusing him with somebody else.
Toby does have, let's see, 7 cashes on the World Poker Tour,
But no FTs.
but no final tables. His best
Yeah,
finish
it might have
prior
been-
was 25th.
Brian Senny that I was mixing his results up for.
Okay.
Hang has done well, and some circuit events, I believe, and he recently won the card player event down here for 70,000.
Frederick Normand has 6 cashes on the World Poker Tour, no final tables. Best finish 12th. We have it all in here.
All in here. Yet
Frederick.
again, Toby with sort of a fringe suited 1 face card, 1 hanger hand. Close decision once more. He does opt to fold.
All right, we got it. We've narrowed it down. Brian Senny had a 5th place finish here at Best Bet Jacksonville in 2012 and 13. So our 6th place finisher had made a final table before, but none of these players have ever made a WPT final table. Cashes 6 and 7. For Frederick and Toby. And 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour for Hang Zhang. Both here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Yeah, Hang more of a PLO guy. Not really like traveling the tournament circuit, but he'll play what comes to his backyard. And, becoming one of the more successful players here at bestbet Jacksonville in their tournament series. Big year for him. Possibility of getting even better.
Speaking of big years, Big Ben Wing did cash
man.
in this event. It's
He
unbelievable.
cashed this event, and he ran an epic bluff on the final table. Excuse me, the money bubble. I think it was the exact bubble where somebody opened an early position. Ben 3-bet a 9-8 offsuit on the hijack, which is adventurous to begin with. His opponent called with queens. The board came jack high flop. Jack, Ben bets. Opponent calls. Turn is a brick. Jack, Ben bets. Opponent calls. River's a king. And you're sitting there with queens. You're like, ah, damn it. Check. Ben goes all in, and his opponent does call him off with the queen.
Wow.
He catches Ben with the 9 high. He later busted, going with the raise 4-bet all in with 10-7 suited. So Ben, a guy who very much gets after it. I'll admit, sometimes I see plays like that, and I'm like, oh man, that seems kind of like punty to me. But considering the incredible success that Ben has had, and how difficult some of his opponents say he is to play against, it really makes me wonder, like, maybe I'm underdoing it. Maybe I'm not bluffing enough. And it does suck to play against people like that who are constantly putting you to the test. Toby here with just 9 blinds and an ace on the button. I imagine he will be all in.
And there goes center post. He is moved all in. Hang with 7 deuce. And Frederick with queen, jack,
Yeah,
with
gonna
clubs,
make this
making
call.
the call.
Quick call from Frederick there. The suited Broadway is a small underdog to Toby. A mere coin flip situation. Actually closer to some of the hands that we do consider to be flips, which is like pair versus overcards. And 10-7-4 on the flop. Bottom pair for Toby. Deuce on the turn. He is safe going to the river if you can fade a queen or a jack. But it's a queen! Toby Boas, after a great run in this event, is rivered out of here in 3rd place. He should feel very proud about the way he played during this final table and throughout the event. But we are now heads up between Hang and Frederick. Our blind and antes will be reduced to 30-minute levels. But we are going to be on a short break going into the heads up, back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
That's a little promo for our WPT Voyage. We are heads up between Hang Zhang and Frederick Normand. 226,700 to second, 351,650 to first. And heads up play will begin now. 30-minute levels, as we've said. And one of these two players is going to put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. We'll see who it's going to be as soon as they shovel up and deal. Blinds are now still at 50 and 100,000. With a 100,000 big blind ante. Not reduced. Never reduce. 80 big blinds for Frederick. 56% of the chips in play for Hang. So that means he's probably right around 85, 90 big blinds to 100 big blinds. And here we go. Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst on the call.
These two are entering heads up play, quite deep stacked. At shorter stacks, we see a lot of limping from the small blind / button player. And it looks like that's how Frederick is going to approach this match, despite the deeper stacks. With deeper stacks, theoretically, we see more raising. Frederick may feel that limping is going to be the best approach for him. Hang with the ace-6 of clubs.
Raises to 350.
Yeah. Frederick, the very playable queen 10. Makes the call. That one close. 3 to a straight, queen high. He is going to let it go.
It's gonna be good. Thank you.
Hang, my favorite hand, Jack 10 of spades.
Raise 250.
Makes it 250. Frederick with 8-7 offsuit.
Call 250.
Makes the call. Flop is 2 spades, king 3. And the flush draw.
Not much here for Frederick. Yeah, I know spade.
Check.
Got a check from Frederick.
$200K.
And that's 200,000. No call.
It's gonna be good.
King takes down the pot.
So Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Okay.
What is your over-under the WPT World Championship at Las Vegas main event? The $40 million guaranteed, $10,400 buy-in.
And then you'll get 50K.
Your personal over-under.
48.88.
48.88. Wow. I like your number.
Yeah.
48.88.
48.88. Easy to remember. Mark it down.
I'm trying to think which side I would take there. That's a good line. I was thinking somewhere around, yeah, 4,700-ish would be a good line. I was
Either,
thinking
just
maybe
so
like,
you know, either number I'll be happy with.
yes, of course. I was thinking something in the area of like 4,750 would be my over under.
Okay.
So I guess on your number, I would slightly take the under, but man, I don't feel good about it. Like, if we just blew past 4,000 entries, I just would not be surprised at all. Top 2 pair for Hank here. Certainly connecting better thus far in our heads-up match. Frederick with just ace high. On a somewhat coordinated board.
Check.
On the turn,
And a key,
hang,
125.
stab small, 125. And once more, Frederick will give up with no pair.
Gonna be good.
So far, it is all Hang in this heads-up match. He came into this final table as our chip leader, enters heads up as chip leader. A solid advantage right now for the Floridian over the Canadian.
Hang raises to 250 with the Jack 7. Frederick with Queen 7 of hearts. Not be going anywhere on this hand. Considering raise here, Tony?
No, I don't think this is quite the type of hand that we want to 3-bet out of position at the stack depth. We generally prefer things like low suited connectors, mid suited connectors, or one gappers. And then, of course, really strong hands. As we get shorter stack, the type of hands we 3-bet become a little more polarized and weighted towards having a high card blocker like an ace or a king. We'll get in there with some Queen X and Jack X, but really Ace X and King X are primary 3-bet bluffing hands. But at this stack depth, you want to have some playability post flop. Queen 7 suited is more of a calling than 3-betting hand, and a really favorable flop for Frederick. The first one of this heads-up match thus far that's been much better for Frederick than Hang. He does call the bet of 225. And as we can see, Hang drawing near dead here, and Frederick's got his backdoor straight draw, which they both now have turned an open-ender. Covered here. Can't make a pair. The best Hang can hope to do is chop this pot. And he might elect to barrel here. This 5 should also be a favorable card for the type of hands that Frederick peels the flop with. However, it's hard for Hang to have much worse here with equity than like a low 7x hand. But he is going to check back. And a 4 on the river will give both players a straight, so we may see some fireworks, but ultimately it will be a chop pot if nobody folds, and I doubt anyone will be doing that.
$1.1 million is the bet. And will be at least calling here. but enough. To make him think about it. He's thinking. He has used that time chip again
Well,
in this spot before.
Once more, I think he's thinking about raising and not folding.
Yes.
It's already a overpot bet, and it's debatable if you're in hang shoes whether you can get called by worse if you raise.
Another time chip. There is some value attached to those time chips, don't you believe, Tom, at this stage of the tournament?
At this stage, absolutely. You just have so many more decisions to make heads up. So many more complicated decisions to make.
$2.7 raise,
And
2.7
it is going to be a raise from hang. Frederick immediately calls, and they will chop this one up.
It's split pot. Frederick not happy with that river card. Having dominated to a chop.
Yeah. Hang was essentially drawing dead to win the pot by the turn. And managed to river the chop.
Lucky for you. Let's go. You'll be 50 then, Frederick.
Can't let it bother you when your head's up, though. Still plenty of chips. 71 big blinds. Just over 100 big blinds.
Call.
Frederick still taking the limping approach on the button. Hang. Favoring aggression out of the big blind. Raises it up and drives Frederick out.
That WPT void's coming up. Don't forget, you got to wear something red. We have a Scarlet Night. You have to wear something red, so bring it.
Really?
Bring something
I haven't
red.
heard about this one.
Yes, it's a party where everybody wears red.
Okay.
It's the Scarlet Night.
It's a conformist party.
That's correct.
Yes.
I know you are the conformist.
What do
You
you
have
mean?
something red.
I just want to fit in with the crowd.
And so, yeah, again, you'll be playing tennis. Vince will be playing pickleball. Phil Ivey and I will be playing golf. And don't forget, Phil Ivey this week on Club WPT has an event coming up where you can win one of two 2,500 WPT Prime passports, along with your chance to challenge Phil Ivey heads up for a $10,400 seat to the $40 million guaranteed WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas in December. So make sure you check out clubwpt.com for all of that information. Phil has been a big part of our WPT family as of late. He's an ambassador for us, and he'll be at that premier meetup game. He's also doing this heads up challenge for Club WPT. So if you want to get a chance to meet Phil Ivey, be at the Wynn. Be in Club WPT this weekend.
It's kind of interesting to me that Phil has become a more public-facing ambassador for the game in recent years, and with the WPT. You know, for a long time, Phil, who leans on the introverted side, is kind of a quiet personality at the table in his life, mostly shied away from the spotlight that was put on him at a young age within the poker world, and now more fully embracing that. And
Yes,
I think,
absolutely. And I like to call him an enigma. He's kind of he's always been an interesting guy, and he's much funnier than people would know. So
right.
I mean, I think this is going to put some humor into this thing, and he definitely has been a great part and a great addition to the World Poker Tour family.
yeah. He and I shot some commercials together about a year ago, and Thomas Keeling had written and edited them, sort of directed them. I've always thought Thomas was one of the most talented creatives.
Also known as Seriously Serious.
Yeah,
yes.
who made those incredible music videos, poker-themed music videos over the years. And the ads he wrote were just so funny. I mean, they were like the vintage Sports Center ads, and that's what they were modeled
Absolutely.
off of. and he really captured the spirit and the comedic element to them so well. Like, I had people message me who were just watching some stream and caught the commercial, and they're like, "Hey, that commercial with Phil or Jean-Robert Bellin was so funny. That was great."
Yeah.
You know, it's not often people message you about how good an ad was.
They were definitely great.
Yeah.
You get a chance to check those out. Make sure you do so. Look at this flop.
Great flop for action here. Both players with an open-ender, covering each other's outs as well. Hang with the top end of that open-ender, looking for a 6 or a jack. Frederick looking for a 5 or a 9. Frederick with the double belly buster straight draw, as they call the dual inside straight draw.
225 is a bet from Hang.
Wondering if Frederick will mix in raises here. A little more tempting with a diamond in your hand than without, but still a hand worth considering mixing raises in with.
775.
And he is going to raise 775.
Do your eyes light up here if you're Hang? Do you feel?
Well, no, because you don't have a made hand. You like with the position you're in because you got the open ender and you have overcards that can connect for you. And you're aware of the fact that your opponent can have draws himself that he's raising with diamonds, hands like this 10-6. Of course, you can have a lot of made hands that are raising as well. So I wouldn't say that your eyes light up, but you're never, ever folding. And there's a lot of turn cards that make you willing to play a big pot. You know, of course, you can just turn the nuts, but a 9 or a 10, a very favorable card as well. And, oh, wow, that is an intriguing card. It is the 9. It gives Frederick the straight, but it's the third diamond as well. And so while I think Hang is pleased with this card, I wouldn't say that he's excited about it.
What's your move?
If I'm Frederick, I am probably just betting and just kind of going for it. If you have diamonds, like, good for you. You're going to win a big pot off me, maybe all of my chips. And they're just going to have like a pot-sized bet left on the river to play for. And if I'm Hang, ooh, man. This is a murky situation. Like, you have top pair now, but sometimes you're drawing stone dead. You're not beating any value.
He's down to one time chip after this
Yeah.
hand.
If it was an offsuit 9, Hang would feel much more comfortable proceeding here. As the flush draw completing 9, I think his action is far less clear, but he probably just has too much hand to ever really fold in a heads-up match. And he does make the call. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Frederick has a high diamond and a 5 or a 6 and is continuing to bluff. And there is the 5 on the river that puts a 4 straight out there, so now any 6 makes a straight. And I think with how connected this board has become by the river, that when Frederick bets, and he only has a pot-sized bet left behind, Hang should be able to get away from his hand. It would just be a really, really tough and ambitious call. And your opponent's running out of bluffs. Like, if your opponent was bluffing with a high diamond and a 6 on the river, like, he got there. You know, if he was bluffing with a high diamond and a 5, he may end up just checking. He might turn his hand into a bluff, maybe. But that's even less likely with the 5 appearing. So, yeah, Frederick
Does
going
move
for
on.
it. I think that's a wise play from Frederick. If your opponent has the flush, well, you got me. Hang may consider this, but I just don't believe he has enough hand or a impactful enough blocker to make this call. Perhaps I'm mistaken and he is going to get heroic, but answer me this, Matt Savage. If your opponent is bluffing, what is it with?
Yeah, that's true. And he has gone past the 30-second threshold, meaning that if it goes to 30 seconds again, his hand is automatically dead because he will be out of time chips. And he may just fold that way. I've seen that happen before. He does let it go. He has folded,
That's a nice fold.
and there his last time chip goes. And so now he doesn't have that move anymore to him.
He's out of time bank chips, isn't
He's
he?
out of time bank chips.
Well, you
so
asked
he needs
before,
to be a little
how
bit
valuable
careful
are they?
now.
Sorry. Call. Option.
Hang with 6 deuce up against 6-5 for Frederick.
Check. $100K.
Sevens now for Hang. 50,000 call. He will put in a raise to 250. $10-7 for Frederick. 10-7 of clubs. Who has jumped into the chip lead, Tony. He's taking the chip lead over.
Does have the slight edge right now. After that check raise on the flop, hit with the straight on the turn. Got one more value bet. On king 4 deuce, nothing here for Frederick. Hangs sevens way out in front. Pretty nice board for his sevens as well. Stab 200,000. Frederick quickly out that time.
Does he have palm extension left?
I don't have any.
Yeah.
This time, Frederick with the king 3 of diamonds on the button. See if he still wants to mostly limp from the button, or now with the larger stack, he's going to lean towards raising, as he does here, to 250. Hang, jack 7. Take a flop. Queen 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Great looking flop for Frederick's king 3 of diamonds.
Check.
Not much here for Hang. Just jack high and no backdoors.
175.
Hang 175 to call. Just about even in chips now. And he does let it go. And Frederick winning that pot. Jumps up into the lead again, once again.
250 raise.
250 is the raise. With the 8-7 of hearts by Hang. Frederick with the ace-4 of clubs in the big blind. And they could certainly consider calling or raising.
$850 raise.
It's going to go up to 850. And Hang with a hand that is definitely worth a call in position at this stack depth. So we may see a big pot develop here.
Again, he's got to make those decisions much quicker now, knowing that he doesn't
Right.
have any protection from those time chips. I wonder if that could play a factor in this final table going forward.
8, king, 6, 2 diamonds, and a spade. Hang. With middle pair and 3 was straight. Frederick getting a board where he'll likely continue with the c-bet.
And will not like a call or raise if he's faced with one.
475. 475.
And middle pair here needs to, again, make those decisions just a hair quicker, knowing he doesn't have those time chips. And he does make the call. Turn card's a 9, and now he has an up and down straight draw in addition to his pair.
Great card for Hang. One that will likely slow Frederick down as he is aware of the fact that it's a good card for Hang's range. And he just has an air ball here, so it'd be pretty ambitious to just keep blasting off with no equity on a board that should be pretty favorable for your opponent, and he does check the turn. Hang with a hand that can go either way. Arguments to be made for betting or checking. We've seen him check back in these scenarios a fair bit today, but perhaps with the open-ender to go along with the pair, he'd want to bet small, build the pot a bit. He does
Did
not.
check and did make the straight.
Yeah. I still find it dubious that Frederick is going to invest more in this pot. He does have the complete air ball in the river, and sometimes when you get here with air, you talk yourself into making a bluff because it's the only way you can win. But man, such a favorable run out for your opponent. Conversely,
10 seconds.
hard to find many worse hands that Frederick gets here with. And when that's the case in rivers, you sometimes want to turn your hand into a bluff because your opponent can have one pair of hands that are just trying to work towards showdown that your bluff will get out.
He does check it.
Yeah, Frederick has given up on this pot. Hang.
We'll be back in the chip lead after this hand is over.
Exactly.
10 seconds. 1.3.
That's 1.3 million. That's going to end this hand, I would believe, but maybe Frederick has other ideas.
Oh, I doubt it.
10 seconds.
There it is.
That's gonna be good.
So Hang back in the chip lead, above 10 million. These guys still 80 blinds deep, so plenty of play here in the heads-up portion of the tournament. The other 4 players who reached this final table are knocked out quite rapidly. One of the faster final tables I've seen in my time with the WPT.
You're not complaining, though, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Frederick.
Definitely been some good action. It's been nice to see. Hang the local player here.
Call.
Once did a final table that only took an hour. Now, it wasn't a main event final table, but it was still a final table, and we streamed it. And everyone came in quite short, and you know the bigger stack always won the all-ins, but it took just under an hour to stream. Frederick here just limping in on the button with the queens. Not a fan of that one.
Flop 8-8 deuce. 2 spades.
Check.
A check from Hang.
No heads up expert, but I think 80 blinds deep, our best hands still want to be pure raises.
100K.
Won't matter too much here, as Hang is completely whiffed this board. Does not even have a spade to back it up. But look at this. He's
Whoa.
peeling these 7 high. Well,
He's turned
4
straight
doesn't give
draw.
him the gut shot.
Check.
Hang is checked.
Bet 500K.
Quite a large bet from Frederick. Full pot this time.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Next hand. Blinds are up. We're now at
right.
125,000 Annie.
And maybe here they're going to 75, 125, 125.
This level and one more 30-minute level, and then we'll have a break after that.
Shake
Okay?
it, spin back in. That's it.
Harley, you said this one and one more?
This one and one more before the break.
Gotcha. So this one, it says this one and two more.
No, this one and one more.
This one, double check.
Tournament director Harley in the background. Did a great job this week. Always got to shout out our tournament directors.
Should have switched the blinds.
Look at the current chip counts. Heads up, the blinds, I believe, are just about to go up, if I heard that
Yes,
correctly.
it is 75, 125.
75,
125.
125, so we'll have that updated for you. These guys still
There
very
it
deep.
See in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, one of the few hands that should just be folded, heads up. 8 deuce offsuit right into the luck.
What's the minimum calling hand you have?
Probably
Heads
right
up.
around 8-4 offsuit in that territory.
Okay.
Some weird levels.
On the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, you see the winning hands from all of these tournaments. You'd be surprised at some of them. There are a fair amount of big pocket pairs, but there's also a lot of, like you said, 8 deuces, and 8 fours, and 7 fours, and 9 fives on that. So it happens.
Especially heads up. You get some weird hands winning big pots.
Frederick with a king-queen suited. Hang with the Doyle Brunson. We did celebrate Doyle Brunson Day on the World Poker Tour on October 2nd, officially named Doyle Brunson Day.
I really thought he'd outlive us all.
It's
I
unbelievable.
was convinced. I was, you'd always hear these stories about people wanting to bet Doyle that, oh, you're going to die in the next 5 years, and he was always taking action on it. And I just kind of believe, like, this is our most likely candidate to be immortal. But Father Time remains undefeated. Doyle, perhaps the single most influential poker player in the history of our game.
Hang with Trey Deuce, offsuit.
I was very surprised during the sort of, remembrance ceremony that we had for him this summer to learn how religious Doyle was. That he had brought many players into the fold of the church over the course of the years. It was
Yes.
not something he was very public about. He just
Right.
said, look, I'm not really going to try and go out there and proactively recruit people into the church, but if somebody says, is this something you can help me with, I will always answer yes. And I was talking to Dewey Tomko when we played day 1 of the main event this year, and he said, yeah, Doyle and I very religious. We have these Bible studies before the World Series. Go to church together and things like this. You know, all these crazy stories about Texas road gamblers and the exciting, dangerous life they live. You don't really get the religious aspect to it, but I learned something new that day.
You'd find that on YouTube. The celebration of life of Doyle Brunson. I was there for that. It was quite an event. All right, we got 8-3 versus 5-3. Both players suited, one in diamonds, one in clubs. Frederick with the 5-3. He only had one diamond on the flop, but also a queen and deuce. No clubs, hang checks. Bet of 125 from Frederick. And a fold. Yeah, I was asked in the chat if we allowed chops on the World Poker Tour, and that answer is yes, but must play to a winner. Winner does receive a seat to the WPT Championship. Also, they get on this Mike Sexton Champions Cup. The Champions Club has a lot of benefits going forward, things like line passes and invitations to the VIP lounge that we have at the Win this year, and
Man,
a
people
lot
were
of other.
angling for those last year. Can you get me in? Can you get me in?
I was sitting next to Darren Rabinowitz at the hockey game the other night. He's like, "You're going to get me in this year, right?" I'm like, "Nope."
It's a hot ticket.
It's a hot ticket. So sorry, Darren. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go inside and wave from you from the inside. How about that? Oh, it's always fun to meet with Darren Rabinowitz. But yes, they do have to play for a small percentage of the
If
prize
you're going to give,
pool.
you got to be willing to take, Darren. There's a man who has fired off a few needles in his day.
I got to make sure I know when he's walking by so I can be there to wave and say, "Hey, Darren, what's going on?" All right. We got King 5 versus King 6. Hang is suited in hearts. And the flop is one heart, ace, ace, 9. Frederick. And hang in this pot, most likely a split pot. But you never know if it gets to the turn. And betting can create certain situations. In this hand like this, bet here, a bet of 225 from hang.
I don't think Frederick will give up on this double ace board with his king high as he does make the call. And assuming either player pairs up or hang doesn't make running flush, I imagine the action will shut down here as both players have just enough hand to work towards showdown.
And now Frederick is in the lead here because the card came lower than a 6. But we will see what happens. Position is everything on a flop like this. So we'll see if Hang has one more bullet to fire. Not yet.
Yeah, I don't think there's much reason to fire that bullet.
And there is a deuce, which means that Frederick has the best hand. So
There's some outside chance that Frederick stabs really small here as a block bet for value. But I think both players will probably just work towards a showdown. If he does bet, it's going to be hilarious because Heng might actually talk himself into a call, and Frederick will get called by worse because of his kicker. Yeah, he does check, so it's going to go check, check.
check, check. And Frederick will get this one and go back into the chip lead. Frederick was complaining earlier about being lucky. He was kind of lucky in that hand right there. That no card came higher than a 6.
Always a good way to endear yourself to the competition. Complaining about your bad luck when your head's up for a bunch of money.
It's a terrible spot to be in.
Yeah. Frederick with a pair of 4s now. Making a mid-raise. And with the 10-5. I think just enough hand here to see a flop. That's what he'll do.
All right, both players in for 300,000. And the flop is deuce, deuce, 7. Frederick's 4s.
Check.
Looking good as Hang checks the flop. Frederick will continue here. He bets 275. Hang folds. We'll play the next one.
I have a quick question for you, Matt. You were discussing earlier that we do allow chops on the World Poker Tour. I'm wondering if that's ever property specific, that some properties will enable chops and others will say, sorry, we don't really do that here.
Yeah, I think there are a couple. I can't not remember them offhand. They may be international. For the most part, chops are allowed in WPT events. And remember, this is property specific. We do have rules and regulations in certain jurisdictions that don't allow us to do certain things. And so we don't oversee all of that on the World Poker Tour. Generally, it's up to the property. And I just know that they do allow it here and many of the other stops that we do have in the World Poker Tour. Always a good thing to ask if you get in one of these situations where you need to make a deal, or you feel like you need to make a deal, that if they allow them or not.
Hang with the mid-raise, holding pocket queens. Frederick defends Jack 8. Better hope it's not a Jack high board. It is Ace 9-4. Nothing there for Frederick. Not the flop Hang wanted to see either, but not one that will harm him either.
Ace 9-7-4 on the board here. Hang with the queens. Frederick has turned to straight draw.
Let's go 175.
175 is the bet from Hang. Actually, 175 was the bet from Frederick, and Hang made the call. Excuse me. The river card is the deuce of spades, so 3 spades on the board.
Yeah, this check back on the flop for Hangs.
Hang does have the queen of spades in his hand.
I don't know if Frederick has enough hand to value bet twice here, especially with a flush completing river. And he will check over to Hang. I don't know if Hang feels he has enough hand to value bet on this flush completing river. It's close. He does have a spade blocker. You just got to worry that you end up value cutting yourself and only get called by a better hand. But it's close. Clubs have missed, straight draws have missed. Yeah, this is going to be a nice thin value bet from Hang, but it leads to an instant fold from Frederick.
And so, that win, Hang climbs closer to the chip lead. Players just about even in chips. They have the opportunity to play a very big one here.
So Matt, this, I believe, upcoming weekend is F1
Yes.
in Las Vegas. You're a Vegas
What
local.
we've all been waiting for. Well,
Yeah.
not really.
I want to ask your opinion on F1 overall, how you feel about it, and how it's changed the city. And
I think I'll have to make a bet on it to be very interested in it for some reason. I don't know. You know who the favorites are?
I know the name of 2 racers. I was completely F1 neutral before all this. You know, you like F1, cool, good for you. You don't like F1, I'm not even paying attention either. I have never hated a sport until F1 came to Vegas, and now I despise this organization. I hate F1 with a fiery passion. I hope the race fails. I hope they lose a bunch of money. I hope they get out of Vegas and never come back. It has been a fiasco for this city. Everybody who works on the Strip has had a nightmare of a time for the last 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of really hard-working people on the Strip who get paid by the hour, and now all of a sudden, what was once 30 to 40 minutes worth of commute a day is 2 hours, and a bunch of it just sitting stationary in traffic. That's money and time that you don't ever get back.
Right.
You know, they've completely tore up the Strip, and it's very debatable that we will actually see much in the way of a tax benefit from all of this.
They try to block out people from just watching.
Yeah, you know, just
charge the hotels more. The prices went up. The prices have gone down because
I generally don't buy into eat the rich rhetoric. I think that's just a sort of easy solution between the haves and have-nots. But you know what? If you're rich and you watch F1, I hope you get eaten. Screw this sport. Screw F1.
Well, I'm glad I'm not going to it now.
Seriously, my friends are going to it. I'm just like, why? Why were you supporting this? Help it fail. Make it go away.
Well, people are saying that it might rain this weekend. That
Great.
It's going to affect it. But
That's another thing that cracks me up.
It's not.
The F1 planners, an entire multi-billion-dollar organization. Nobody raised the issue that it might be cold in Las Vegas. This could be a record-setting cold F1 race, and nobody figured out that just because it's a desert, it gets cold sometimes. Clearly, an organization full of geniuses, the F1. Seriously, I'm not going to get crude here, but F1 F off. Seriously, just get out of my city.
You've done it, Tony.
Ugh.
You've done it. Yeah, it's been a giant headache. Absolutely. King 8 versus Queen 5 here, and we have a queen on the flop. So Hang has outflopped him with the queen. Frederick with King 8 offsuit. Frederick does check. Hang now with the option.
Good looking board for Hang here.
175.
He bets 175.
And not a bad flop for Frederick's hand either. He's still relatively high up in his range.
He does have the 8 of diamonds with the 2 diamond flop.
Justin Miner says, Verstappen will win, maybe Hamilton. That's another thing. Did you know that the race is meaningless? That whatever it is that they compete for in F1, Verstappen has already won it, and so this has no actual impact to, like, standings or...
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a...
Sounds like soccer to me.
Yeah.
Where you have the Premier League where you can lose the last 5 games of the season and still win the league.
Yeah, that's basically what this is.
All right, look at that. What a turn card there. Now, Hang has pair and a diamond, and Frederick has turned the king of diamonds, which is basically...
That is the worst possible card for Hang. Not just because it did complete Frederick's hand, but it completed everything that was behind that Frederick could peel the flop with. King high hands, Jack 10, diamonds, all of them got there with the king of diamonds, and so Hang wisely checks back.
Now, Hang could lose some chips in this pot.
Well, I do believe Frederick will value bet his hand. Probably for a block size, but maybe not.
Wouldn't Hang have to call?
Yeah, I think a little missed opportunity for Frederick there. I think his hand is worth a bet. I don't know if Hang wants to bet his hand. It's really close. It's really tough to get called by worse, and you reopen the action and the possibility of getting check raised. Like, even if a queen calls you, you're splitting. Oop, yep.
400.
Hang is going to bet here. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure what he's hoping to get called by there. You know, if your
Right.
opponent peeled Jack high on the flop, it was probably Jack 10. Well, that beats you. So are you trying to get called by, like, Jack 9? I think Hang, after further consideration, may want that bet back. I mean, of course, now Frederick winning the pot, easy to say, but even on a non-diamond king, I think betting his hand is a worthwhile play, but it's just so tough in that river. You get called by anything worse. As I said, you chop with all the queens, you lose, of course, to the ace, to the king, to jack 10, to diamonds. And I just can't figure out a hand that you hope to get called by.
All right, Frederick with ace-8.
Justin Miner says Verstappen clinched like 2 weeks ago. He has dominated this year. Yeah, that's right. Ruined the whole city for a meaningless race. Great job, guys.
For 10 years, though.
For 10 years, yeah. If that continues, I don't know. They might have a riot on their hands. It's so hard to find an issue in these modern polarized times that everyone can agree on, Matt. But in Las Vegas, there is one thing everyone can agree on. Get F1 the hell out of here.
The flop is Jack 7, 4, 10-9 for Hang. He has the gut shot straight draw. Ace high in the lead for Frederick.
I would like to see Hang 3-bet this hand pre-flop. These suited connectors play really well as 3-bets out of the big blind. And I wonder, Hang being mostly a PLO player, if this is a little bit of that unfamiliarity coming out. I will say that there are many even savvy, experienced tournament pros that miss just these kind of 3-bets. Or they just say, hey, I just want to play it as a call. But if you study the charts, you will see that these suited connectors at this stack depth are somewhere between a pure 3-bet or a high-frequency 3-bet. Hang flopping a gut shot, now open-ended on the turn.
With the queen. Queen of spades. And at this point, since he hasn't 3-bet, he didn't continue. He can't continue on the turn. But now he's going to bet it. 475 is the bet.
Yeah, I like the sizing. Frederick with the ace high. Not quite enough hand to continue, and he does let that one go.
They said rain generally has no influence over the rate. I mean,
On the race itself,
Yeah,
but as
the
far as
action rate.
attendance and the experience had by the spectators,
right. Yeah, looks like Justin Miner's nailed it.
yeah, I'll say this. If they said, okay, we're going to keep doing F1 on Vegas, but we're going to build a track just off the strip, and we're not going to tear up the entire city. That's fine. Okay, cool. We're getting major sporting events, international event brings money into town. Sure, I'm in favor of all of that. But if you're going to keep tearing up the strip year after year to do this, I'm protesting.
Raise 300.
Hang on the button with the queen 3, going up to 300,000. Frederick with the jack 4 of clubs. Making the call.
Flop is 9-5-8, 2 hearts. Hang with a 3 of hearts in his hand and the higher card and the queen 3. A check for Frederick. And a check.
Not much here for either player.
Now
Hearts
another
on the
heart,
turn.
the 9 of hearts. Taking away some outs that Frederick had.
Check.
A check from Frederick.
Check once more.
And the river card is a 10.
Well, I think Frederick has one of those hands on the river that Of course, is never winning a showdown. Hard to have much worse than this. You need to have like a 6-4 or something. 7-4, 7. There's just not much. I think Frederick should very much consider bluffing here.
Check.
He does check.
And if I'm Heng, I think Heng will even consider it, but probably check back. It's close. Both these guys have hands worth considering a bluff. I would have particularly liked a bluff from Frederick.
Hang does take this one.
Let's say that if this were a boxing match, we've seen both these players mostly employ the jab. You know, just a lot of jabbing, prodding, feeling out the space.
You all good? You all good?
No big swings here. The biggest pot we saw, both players had really nice hands.
Frederick, the worst hand in poker. Maybe the one that he folds. If he doesn't fold this one, he's not folding any from the button. And he does make the call.
Yeah, even more worth considering when it's only 50,000 more and you're getting this great price heads up. It's debatable whether you should be open folding any hands at this blind level. So that's why Frederick is limping in even with a hand as bad as 7-2 offsuit.
And the flop ace 4-4.
Check.
A check from Heng.
Check.
And a check. Turn is a jack.
Hang with the suit check.
He does check it. $550 is the bet from Frederick.
Now go big or go home, and Frederick firing big on this turn. That's an overbet. I like that he's turned his hand into a bluff. I don't know that this is the hand I would select for an overbet bluff. Generally, our overbets have equity going forward to the river, and you have so many hands here as Frederick, be they flush draws or gut shots, that have a little bit of equity. It's going to work for him, but feels a touch excessive.
Hang now, Jack deuce. Raises to 300,000. Frederick with the king 5. Wow, 1,125,000 from Frederick.
I like this hand selection from Frederick. We talked earlier about how as stacks get shorter, the kind of hands that we use as the light 3-bets are like ace X and king X. King 5, one of the more frequently used holdings for this kind of play. I will say I think it's a little better of a play in the like 30 to 50 blind range than 60 plus. Then I think your light 3-bet should be hands that have more equity moving forward, like a 10-9 suited, or like, you know, low suited connectors, low suited one gappers. I was actually checking a spot very similar to that the other day. The last time I got heads up in a WPT, I 3-bet King 5 offsuit out of the big blind, about 50 blinds effective, and I remember later checking the spot and finding that I wasn't really supposed to do that, so I would guess at 60 blinds deep. That's not necessarily in our repertoire either. However, I do think conceptually it's good to think about what kind of hands you are 3-betting light and having some of those plays in the arsenal, so you're not just playing too passive out of the big blind.
Hang now with King 4. Puts him right back in the same spot.
Well, not quite. This time it's a limp. So Hang,
Oh.
facing the limp, is going to raise it up. Again, I'm not a heads-up expert by any means, Matt, but generally facing the limp, I lean at 60, 70 blinds deep towards raising hands that are a little more playable than King X offsuit.
75,000 small blind.
But, you know, wouldn't shock me if you showed me a chart and that one gets in there.
750,000 ante. We will have our break after this level, okay? No.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here? Matt is showing me the odds to win the Vegas Grand Prix, and Verstappen is minus 400, and the next best is plus 900. I mean,
75.
yeah, it sounds like fun. Big surprise about who will win that, you know? Great. Can't wait.
75, 150 now. Let's do it. Going up. Means it raises now 300,000. Seemed like they were going a little bigger than that.
Have you ever searched F1 Vegas on Twitter?
No.
Whew, man. You want to dive into a well of negativity and hate. Search that term.
Frederick with King 10 up against 6-4 suited. And the flop is a 6, an 8, and a queen, 1 spade. Hang has flopped a pair of 6s. Backdoor flush draw. Frederick checks his King 10. And a check. Turn card is a 3. Check. Hang's checking again. River card is a second pair now for Hang. And Frederick with no pair. First to act. He checks.
Frederick with the Jack-8 on the button will limp in. Hang with the 9-4. Hang gonna raise this one up. Up to 550. Yeah, and this kind of hand does some raising at shorter stacks. I'm not as sure about deeper stacked. Again, heads up poker just not something I've spent a ton of time studying. And Frederick does make a call. $7-3-3 on the flop. Not much for either player, and in that regard, a favorable board for Hang, as it's not likely his opponent has connected here, and he should be able to bet his way out of this situation.
And he does bet 300,000. 400,000. Excuse me. And that'll win the pot. Puts him back into the chip lead.
Back with Hang, over the Doyle Brunson on the button. He will limp in. Frederick with Jack-6 of spades in the big blind.
You hear this all the time, but neither of these players have really had any hands. Heads up. To be honest, there's not been any confrontations of any magnitude for the most part. But now we have a king, queen, 8, 2 spades. Frederick does have 2 spades. Hang with 1 spade, the deuce of spades. Frederick did check, and Hang has made a bet of 175. Frederick's going to at least call here with the flush draw. And does. Turn is a queen of clubs.
Not a great card for Hang to be barreling. Frederick can consider leads here. I think the 8 is a better card for him to be leading, but the queen's still very viable. And that is what he's going to do here. That's 275.
Hang with no time shifts left. If he were to time out, his hand would be dead, and not going to be necessary as he folds.
Yeah, his hand already drawing dead there, really, almost. So these two almost dead. No, they are. They are dead even in chips. Look at this, Matt. Exact same chip count. Just above 9 million.
Perfect time for aces versus kings.
Isn't it?
75 raise.
Raises the king 6 on the button.
Hang with ace 5. Aces have been at a premium as of late.
10 seconds. Call.
Ace 5 makes the call for hang.
There is an ace on the flop, and a 9 and an 8.
Check.
Hang checks. Bet of 275 from Frederick. Call was made. Turn card is a 10. 10 of diamonds. 2 diamonds on the board.
Not a great card for Frederick to barrel. It does give him a gut shot to a 7, but one that generally be better for hang than Frederick. It does go check, check on the turn. And a deuce on the river. Lock this pot up for hang. His hand certainly worth the value bet on the river. Well, we've seen him check strong out of position a lot. He does it once more here. A couple of these checks out of position strong. I don't agree with so much. I think this is one where his hand really wants to bet, and while it's a good instinct to check strong on the river sometimes and give your opponent the opportunity to bluff in heads up, I think your opponent's just going to have more hands that are willing to check down with weak showdown value, and there is some missed value and opportunity there. I don't think it would have mattered very much this time around, as Frederick just had king high. It was very unlikely to call a river bet, but we've seen hang pass up some opportunities to bet. That said, he's done a really nice job of check raising the river, to his credit, and finding spots to do that for thin value. So it has worked out in a lot of hands for hang. That hand is quickly resolved. It was a fold pre-flop.
Frederick calls with a 4 deuce. Hang with ace 4. He does raise it to 450. No call, hang wins this one.
These two really neck and neck for much of this heads-up match so far. Hang, the 10-9 of hearts. Raises it up on the button. Frederick with a fringe 10-6 offsuit here. We saw the biggest pot of heads up develop between these two same hands earlier on an 8-7-4 flop. What do we get this time? 9-8 deuce. So another interesting board for these two hands. Frederick with the gut shot to the 7, hang with top pair.
Check.
Bet 300.
300,000 is the bet from Hang. And the call.
Yeah, Frederick with enough hand to continue here. Looking for that 7. Instead, it is the ace of spades, not a card either player wanted to see.
Check. Check.
And a check. And the river card is a 7.
Oh, man, this 10-6 has worked wonders for Frederick.
What it? Oh my goodness. Why does Hang check that turn card?
Well, the ace of spades is probably the actual worst card in the deck for Hang's hand. It completes the flopped flush draw. It hits the possibility that Frederick has called the flop with an ace high hand and then made top pair on the turn.
1.3.
I mean, you could bet in Hang's shoes, but generally it's a turn card that he's going to slow down on. Whew, man.
1.3.
Murky situation on the river. We lose to Jack 10, we lose to 10-6, we lose to 6-5, we lose to spades, 9-8, 8-7, 9-7, 10 seconds. Again, just tough to find bluffs for Frederick here. I'm trying to think what that would be, but he is going to make the call. I mean, Hang is rather high up in his range. But an unfortunate river certainly gets away on the 7 of spades. So really just 3 outs end up paying off a bet of that size for Hang. And Frederick just drills it.
That's going to be good.
Now he will take a more significant lead following that pot after a long stretch where these players were roughly even, or exactly even.
Frederick, Jack 7. Now over 10 million in chips in the chip rate.
Raise it up 375.
It's raised to 375. Hang with 8-7.
Both players with straight draws on king, 10-9, 2 spades and a heart. Hang, the open ender looking for a jack or 6. Frederick looking for a queen or an 8.
Does it seem like we've seen a lot of hands like this?
We have, actually, yes.
It's unbelievable.
$425. 4 and a key, 425.
Frederick sizing up a bit here.
Keeping the pressure on for sure.
Half pot, yeah. Oh, geez, that's a bit much there. I understand why Hang is being more cautious there. You hit your jack, you're not even sure if it's good. With the possibility of your opponent having a queen, but I think that's a bit too much equity to be folding there. He was facing a 50% pot c-bet, so I do understand why he talked himself into that fold, but I think it's a little too much equity to give up on in heads-up poker. And now with the 7-6 lawsuit.
Raised to 375.
Made it 375.
Frederick with their nice looking queen 10. Go to the flop, and it is ace, 6, deuce, 2 clubs and a diamond. Hang out flopping Frederick here with the second pair. Frederick just high enough in his range. He might peel a flop bet, particularly with the club in his hand.
$300.
300,000.
Call.
Makes the call.
Queen on the turn, Frederick. Drawing out Hang. Getting some very favorable turn and river cards as of late.
Check.
Now I suspect Hang will slow down here.
Check.
And a 6 on the river.
Wow.
Hang making trips. Getting bailed out.
He was owed one.
He was owed one.
He was
That's a
owed
good
one.
point, Matt. Now, if I had to guess, Frederick will block for value here. You could argue for sizing up, but just tough to get called by much worse at the point you're doing that. But, you know, your opponent's almost never checking back the turn with an ace.
675.
And he goes with a sort of middling size of 675. Yeah, for the first time today, I really don't like Frederick's sizing. It doesn't matter that much. I'm just kind of nitpicking here, but I think on this river, our sizings are mostly quite small or fairly large. This middling size doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
1.9 raised to 1.9.
And Hang going up to 1.9. I'd even like to see Hang go a bit bigger here as well. But this is more or less a 3x raise on the river, so that looks good. But I think Frederick's hand is worth more like 400, 500k, 675. Just ends up spending a little too much when you run into a hand. I don't really know what worse hand is going to draw you for that size. You know, maybe you catch your opponent with jacks or tens sometimes. Even still, I think if you were going to try and rep that you're bluffing clubs, you would size bigger. million or more. Frederick genuinely considering this. Wondering whether Hang's bluff raising the river. Using those time extensions as the action clock ticks away.
We're doing something different with the action clocks in the World Championship, Tony.
What's that?
We're going to accumulate them.
So as you make it further and further into the tournament, if you don't use your time extensions, you get more and more?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to break the record. I think I've used a time extension like once in my life.
There you go. We love to see that. And he does lay it down. So Hang wins this pot. Not on the chip lead, but
very close to even once more, as they are essentially 60 blinds effective. Look at our leaderboard. 9.4 million versus 8.8 million. Frederick lives in with the Jack 5 on the button. And with the Jack 10 in the big blind.
Check. Check. $150.
both players with a pair and Frederick with 2 pair. And Hang makes the call. Turn card to 3. Jack 5, 2 pairs still in the lead for Frederick.
Check.
Hang checks.
Hang in trouble here. He's going to need a 10 or a queen on the river to avoid losing a significant pot.
10 seconds. 950. 950.
Oof,
50
big
is the
bet.
bet.
I like it.
Seconds. Call.
Will make
Call's
the
been made.
call. One of the biggest pots of our heads-up match brewing going to the river. It is a 6. And this could be a tough spot for Hang. All the draws have missed. So you want to count something like 7-4. Anything else? 10-9, King 10. Clubs. Ace deuce, ace 4. Everything is whiffed. I guess 7-6 has made a pair. 7-4 has made a straight, but we're grasping
2.9
for hands that you
2.9.
can really have here that aren't value. So it's value or a bluff. And quite a significant bet from Frederick. He has overpotted at 2.9 million. So if any sizing was going to give Hang an opportunity to fold here, this is it. Well, I said one hand before that I didn't really like Frederick's sizing. Here, I love it. I think this is a tremendous choice in sizing from Frederick to go over pot here You unblock the queens. All the draws have missed.
Call.
And he does call it.
Yeah, fine.
So Hang paying off this huge bet. He is going to be in rough shape going forward at about a 3-1 chip disadvantage, and our players are going to be on break, so perhaps Hang will use that to cool off after what must be a very tilting call down on the river. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville for the heads-up match of our WPT Championship event here, a $5,000 buy-in where one of these players will take home over $350,000 as the eventual winner. So you can see after that considerable hand just before the break, Frederick now with a 3-1 lead over Heng. They are playing 75,000, 150,000 with 150K big blind ante.
And don't forget, the winner of this event does get the $10,400 seat to the World Championship. So, a lot to play for here in addition to the $126,000 difference. And hang with nines.
Yeah, looks like I misled our audience a little. It's up to 100,000, 200,000 now. So about 22 blinds effective between these two. Hang with the nines. Starts with a raise. We're going to let 5-3 offsuit go. $226,000 going to the eventual second place finisher. So a difference of about $125,000. These two are playing for heads up, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas coming up just a few weeks from now, Matt. Frederick on the button with the Jack 4.
Raise 400.
Mixing in raise. And with the 8-2 offsuit, I don't think Hang wants to play. Hang came into this final table as the chip leader. Frederick just behind him, second in chips. He reached the heads up rather rapidly. Under 3 hours of playing time to eliminate 4 players at the final table. We were close to doing it before the first break. Frederick did lose a coin flip to third place finisher Toby Boas. And now with 10-3 offsuit. Little limp on the button. Frederick with Jack 5 of hearts. Flop top pair on Jack 8-4. Hang with the air ball.
Check. Check.
Let's go check on the flop. King on the turn. Does not improve either player. May lead to one more check from Frederick. We'll see.
Check.
Check from Frederick. Now to Hang Zhang.
Hang will attempt to bluff Frederick out here. It's not going to go well. Frederick is sitting there with second pair. Facing instead of 350. Quickly makes the call.
And the 7 on the river.
Well, it is a third spade. It completes hands like 10-9. I actually think Hang has a viable hand to turn into a bluff, and one that could consider overbet bluffing. You have no showdown value. You have quite a significant blocker.
Check.
And a pretty good image. I don't know that Hang has run many big bluffs at this final table and during heads up. I think he get credit, but I don't know if he can get Frederick to fold jack for just 2 bets. We'll see. I do think that Hang is in a nice spot here to attempt to steal this one.
And he's going to.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the bet.
675.
Not the sizing I would choose here. You know, when you bet 675, you're basically saying you have a medium strength hand. More so trying to represent the king, I guess. Tell the story that he still has the king. So if that's the story he's trying to tell, this is a fine bet sizing. But I think the way his hand interacts with the board and the likelihood that Frederick has some kind of second or third pair hand that will call down a medium-sized bet more often, I would have liked to see Hang really fire big. But, oh, he does get the fold there, so nice bluff from Hang. Half pot gets the job done. Tells Frederick a believable story about having the king. Frederick lets that one go. So Hang battling back here. Frederick on the button with ace-4.
Raise 400.
We'll make them in raise.
And he does make the call with a 10-6 of diamonds. We'll go to the flop, and there it is. It is a 8-7-5 flop. Hang with the open-end straight draw. Frederick with the ace high. And the gut shot straight draw.
Chris McGee asks, did they agree to a chop or playing it out? As far as we know, Chris, they are playing it out.
Ooh, there's a card there.
That is.
More diamonds.
Oh my goodness.
So Hang has the flush draw, an open-end straight draw, and Frederick with the aces, a pair. Hang checks.
Wouldn't surprise me if Hang goes for a check raise here, having the world of outs. 14 outs going to the river.
750. 750.
750 is the bet from Frederick.
That sizing makes a check raise a little bit tougher. Now it's like, what are you check raising to? Half your stack? Are you check raising all in? That's an overkill. Nice sizing from Frederick here on the turn.
10 seconds. All in.
And
He
he
is
is going
all
to
in.
go all in.
Wow.
Well, I said it would be a little bit of overkill. Perhaps I'm mistaken and he'll get a hero fold from Frederick, but I'm not optimistic. Frederick has played very well at this final table. If he puts the pieces together correctly here and makes the call, he'll be a massive favorite to win this title in the 350K up top. What's he gonna do?
We're getting a count here. We know that the count is about 4.6 million in chips.
You got 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. Looking at 4675.
4675. Now the clock will begin.
There's 10 seconds on
Simon heads up. Either of these players have been all in for their tournament life. What will Frederick do with his top pair facing this over bet jam on the turn? He's going to call.
He's made the call. He's 68% favorite to be the champion here at Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida, with one to come.
Stoic as can be. Frederick about to pull his hair out.
You good over there? Looks good.
Let's go to the river. It is a 6. Frederick makes a straight to go along with his top pair and eliminates Hang in second place.
Oh my god.
He's going to take home about 225,000, I think it was.
226,700, and that's going to make our champion, Frederick Normand from Canada.
Both these guys played an excellent final table and are deserving winners of first and second place. Frederick Normand will join us at the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. He is our winner here at Best Bet Jacksonville in the 5K Championship event.
And he'll put his name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. It's very sweet. Congratulations to all of the winners here at the final table and, of course, our champion, Frederick Normand.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.